game credit for having a jam. But we are going to be hopping back in to Paris, Cupid Parasite. I say Love Parasite. Oh gosh. Cupid Parasite under Gill's Route. We left off kind of at a dramatic point yesterday, and that's because I had to go to work. But it was like maybe he double crossed us, and it was right after we confessed to liking him. And we're only halfway through his route, so I'm really curious what in the world could happen next. Yeah, see, I can't stay here. I can't calm myself down enough. Where's she gonna go? Park? Seems unnecessary. I will say one thing I wish this game had, because they do so much good in this game. Like, they have such beautiful little scenes. Like, this stuff gets me every time. But she doesn't have, like, a pajam jam look, and they've had her in pajamas more than once now. So, you think she'd have a pajam jam look. Nowhere in my home to go, I went alone to Lost York Park. I sat on the bench to try and cool my head. I need to reorganize my thoughts. That earlier message. I take deep, steady breaths in a desperate attempt to calm myself. But it's fruitless endeavor. This is happening just as I learned about Gill's true feelings for me. Even if Gill didn't write the article, I would still feel just as aggravated about this. What did they mean by calling me a scam artist? From what I briefly saw, it mentioned my time with the Parasite 5. Despite Parasite House being a hit, there are people who think it was all fake. It didn't help when they left Cupid Corp. On top of that, they're saying I was dating all of them, that I was deceiving the other members and created a personal harem. My honest intention was to help matchmake other people, so why would people say those things about me? On top of that, Gill could have written that according to the message. What should I do? Is there anyone I can talk to about this? The ones who I usually go to when I have trouble are Gill and Clarice. But Clarice is out tonight and I can't talk about Gill too well. Gill? Chi, I know, right, Peter? I felt Chi rubbing himself against the back of my head. It seems that he followed me all the way to the park. Chi can't talk, so I hug him and tried my best to get my emotions under control. He's blushing. Is this the kind of work Gill wanted to do? Did he join Outroad so he could publish this kind of stuff? Being alone is making me think horrible thoughts, but what if Gill was only being kind to me for the sake of that article? She is fidgeting around. I might have hugged him a bit too tight. I loosened my grip but refused to let go of him. I look down as I hold his warm, fluffy body. Calm down, Leah. Someone like Gill would never do that to you. A rooster? I couldn't help but yell as my train of thought was suddenly interrupted. I looked up, blinked, and still am confused because right in front of me, late at night, is a rooster. Wait, I've seen this happen before back in Celestia. I think back to when I was being scolded by Dad. I remember a rooster sleeping behind him. So that rooster is one of Dad's divine beasts. Maybe he knows where I am. Excuse me, but are you one of Dad's divine beasts? I cautiously ask the rooster and he nods. Then he opens his mouth. Cupid, I was looking for you. Oh my gosh, he can talk? I thought he would make some sort of chicken noise. Kind of like how Chi makes animalistic calls. I was super shocked. The rooster flapped his wings while approaching me. Celestia is in shambles because someone named Cupid has gone missing. Come back immediately. Celestia is in shambles, but I was about to say that I need to go home, but I cut myself off. The man who may have written that article is sleeping in my room right now. I felt tears well up in my eyes. I bit my lip to try and suppress the urge to cry. I refuse to shed tears right now.
とにかく一大事なのです。早く来てください。
You must return immediately. There's big trouble. All right, I understand. I don't want to go back to my place anyways. Plus, if there's trouble in Celestia, I must go. It's my duty. I mean, I abandoned it 7 years ago, but gotta go now. After all, I am a god. If I want to return to the human realm, I can just ask Auntie for her help. I steel myself to return and followed the rooster to travel back to Celestia. It's been 6 years since I last went home. Weird.
あれ、朝。
Oh, it's already morning. Yep, bite it, Gill. I paused my smartphone alarm while only half awake. Then I get out of bed and realize I was in her room.
あ、そうだ。俺、昨日。
That's right. Yesterday the music swells. We found out that our feelings for one another were mutual and quickly got together and consummated things. I felt so happy yet so embarrassed. All at once, I ran out of the room to go embrace her. Are you naked still? But she was nowhere to be found.
なんで?
Where is she? She's not in the bathroom, the restroom, Clarice's room, or even the kitchen. I even checked under the bed, just in case. Everywhere I look, she's not there. Even her shoes are gone. That must mean she left and went outside.
どういうこと? もしかして俺、下手だった?
I would love that, honestly. Is this her way of telling me that I was bad in bed? She had zero experience. Picked up my phone to check my messages and see if she sent me anything. Maybe she's just tired of me and left, but there's no messages from her. Instead, there's one from a colleague at Outroad. Hey, don't leave me on red. Did you see the article?
既読?
Left on red. I looked back at the message history. There was an unbelievable article linked there. It's full of slander towards her.
あ、噂は本当だったんだ。キューピッドコーポレーションのライバル会社がネガキャンの記事を作成しているって話。
So the rumors were true. A Cupid Corp competitor is on a smear campaign. When my colleague asked me about Cupid Corp, he mentioned that there was a plan behind the scenes to ruin them. We were talking about how to put an end to this and eventually found the article's writers. We arranged a bribe to get them to stop. After all, she works at Cupid Corp. I didn't want to see her get hurt.
それだってのに、この記事を貼ったメッセージが既読になってる。ってことは。
This message was read before I saw it. That means the only thing I can think is that while I was asleep, she saw this article and read it.
やばい!
So not good. I felt all the blood drain from my face. The way my colleague phrased things sounded like I wrote the article.
どうすんだよこれ。とにかく彼女にメッセージを送らなきゃ。あとこれに返事をして。
What the heck am I supposed to do with this? I need to fix things now, but I need to respond to this. I was on cloud 9 yesterday, but now I feel like everything is falling apart as I am typing a message to her.
え?
I heard the sound of a message notification pinging by the pillow. Her smartphone is here, not with her. Then how do I get in touch with her?
しっかりしろギル。呆然としてる暇はないよ。とにかくきっと彼女は傷ついたんだ。探しに行かなきゃ。
Maybe put your clothes on first. No? Snap out of it, Gil. Now's not the time to get distracted. She must have felt hurt from this. I have to go find her. I quickly yanked on my clothes and ran outside. Again, it takes no time in this game. I have to find where my true love is, and soon. I kind of thought maybe there was a reason why her Cupid bow didn't disappear like it did in the other route. Ooh, come what may. Okay. I'm curious. Because there was, I think, a bad ending. Did I get it? No, I skipped it. I skipped the bad ending. Interesting. Upon my return to Celestia, I was tasked with cutting ties as my first job.
というわけで、縁がない者同士が付き合うと、ひどい悲劇と争いが起きるとよくわかったのだ。
When those who are not tied by fate have a relationship, tragedy and strife often
そのせいで、
ensues.
この戦の神である私も、最近は争いを止めるのに精一杯でな。無用な縁は切ることにすると話し合いで決まったのだ。
Even I, the god of war, will have trouble simply stopping fights between humans. Thus, it is necessary to cut all needless bonds.
だから、鉛の矢で厄介な恋人同士の縁を切ってくれ。
Wouldn't she already be aware of this? Would she really be learning this right now? That's why you, Cupid, must cut all ties between troublesome lovers using the leaden arrow. Thank goodness, they just needed arrows in order to cut ties. My Cupid's arrow has two types of arrows. The golden arrows make people fall in love, and the leaden arrows cut ties. I was secretly relieved that using the leaden arrows was all I needed to do. The reason being that I had left my golden arrows back at home before tonight, it would have always was always goodness. The reason being that I had left my golden arrow back home before tonight, it would always be around my neck no matter what. Maybe it's because Gil and I did the no pants dance, but now the golden arrow no longer returns to me. If Dad found out about all this, he'd be beyond furious, so I kept quiet and put my hand over my chest and nodded. I understand, Dad. He looked obviously relieved. I think he must have expected me to rebel against his orders.
そうか。では頼んだぞ、キューピッド。
Well, I see. But I'm counting on you to do your duty, Cupid. Dad quickly walked away. It seems his attitude had changed since my departure from Celestia. It's very clear that he doesn't want me to pull a stunt like that again. Dad said that tragedy and strife often ensue when unfated people are in a relationship. If that's the case, then perhaps Gil and I weren't fated to be together. Gil and I just happened to live together. He happened to like caring for others. I happened to not have any common sense. Our love started by mistake. That's why it failed. It was a bunch of coincidences. Of course, it was doomed to fail. I ignored the pain in my heart and aimed my leaden arrow with the intent to cut ties. Then I peered into the spring of love. Within the spring, I can see the human realm. Steadily, I go through Lord Jupiter and the die concepts list, wondering what sort of ties I had to sever. Freeloaders, domestic abusers, adulterers, stalkers, and cheaters. I have to step in. It's my duty to sever these bonds as Cupid. Humans really love to go dumpster diving when it comes to relationships. In the end, they truly do need to rely on gods. These couples are the kind that stay together even if a human advises against it. All of you separate. Only properly fated couples get to stay together. I don't even care about Gil anymore. If Gil was the author of that article, then I'm just another victim of a bad relationship. The more I think about our relationship, the more my heart hurts. I can't even tell fact from fiction anymore. Instead of thinking about Gil, I take my anger out on humanity by aiming more leaden arrows through the spring. Upon being struck by my arrow, ill-matched couples decide to break up, returning peace to their lives. It felt refreshing, fulfilling my duty as Cupid for the first time in a while. But did you prove that you are good at what you do?
鉛の矢でキューピッドの力が戻っていく
There's Jupiter. The lead-in arrows. There's Cupid's power returning.
これは一体調べる必要がありそうだな
What could this mean? I have to get to the bottom of this.
どこだどこにいるんだ
Where are you, Leah? Where did you go? I've been searching for her for days now. Days. I finished proofreading my writing, which left me with extra time. I ended up requesting time off to search for her. Surprised his job allowed for that given how little time they spent with each other. But she's nowhere to be found. school road. God, he's getting back to the school. I covered 1st to 4th Avenue. I went to Cupid Corp. I even went to the theater we used to work at. Still no sight of her. It's like she was spirited away from the world with only I remember her. I asked Raul and Kai Cien, Kai oh gosh, Kai Cien, I'm gonna say his name wrong right now, but they just replied that they haven't seen her either. I contacted Clarice, but it was the same response. Does Clarice care? I mean, Clarice knows, doesn't she?
頼む。頼むよ。帰ってきてくれ。
Please come back to me, Leah. I opened my hand and revealed the necklace I was gripping so tightly. It was her trademark necklace, shaped into a strange arrow. I held it tightly to make sure I don't drop it. I thought she would come back for her necklace, but there was no sign she ever returned to her apartment.
頼む。一言だけでも話したいんだ。
I just want to have 5 minutes of your time, Leah. My vision blurred in that moment. I hadn't rested for days to my ongoing search. I can't stop. I have to keep going. My hunger and exhaustion are nothing compared to my desire to see her again.
君がいなきゃ世界は終わるんだ。
Okay, Gil, calm down. Without you, there's no point to all of this. If I hadn't known this would happen, I wouldn't have worked so hard at my job. I love working at Outroad, but I think I love being with her even more. In the end, it all came back to my thoughts about her. As pitiful and unusual as it is, she really is the center of my world. It's through her that I was starting to change, yet in the end, I'm just a lovelorn parasite. I'm useless without her.
俺は君を幸せにしたいだけなんだ。君がいなきゃ生きてる意味もないんだよ。
I just want to make you happy. Without you, I have no reason to keep going. That's why I have to find her. I want to see her again, embrace her again, talk to her, and tell her that I love her. Again, I have to find her. I have to find her no matter what. I have to find her. But I can't. My mind feels as slow as syrup. I suddenly felt weak in my knees and sat down. I barely kept from collapsing by propping myself up against a store window.
ダメだ。ここで休んでるわけにはいかないん
Stop
だ。
here. If I stop now, I feel like I'll never see her again. And if that's the case, then that's it for me. Leah. He died. He died in the streets. I went back to Celestia. I can't go on. I can't go on though. I can barely move. My vision goes dark.
まったくどこへ行ったかと思ったらこんなところを探してあいつが見つかるわけないだろ
I mean, the font color gives me Alan, but like the voice doesn't sound like Alan. Maybe it is though. My word. I was wondering where you ran off to. You're not gonna find her running around here.
この声は
This voice. I know this voice, but I can't force my eyes open. In fact, I heard this voice right before I passed out. It's so warm. I was dozing and felt something relaxing around me. It was like the soft feeling of being wrapped in high quality cotton. Something soft climbs on top of me. Gil, hey Gil. It's her. I finally found you. I reached out to embrace her. I can feel her soft hair and the smoothness of her skin. She's nude. We kiss. This is just like the dreams I had in college so many times before.
ダメだよ。俺を誘惑しちゃ。
Don't. You shouldn't do this. I want you, Gil. Please don't deny me my desires. Those sweet, tempting words would be something she would never say, yet I still feel dizzy as we lay with one another. Okay. Calm down, game. I touch her, then lick her gently. Soon I press inside her and we share another kiss. It feels so good, but something is off. Why do I feel so sad? I feel tears drip down onto me. They feel like cold water. Whatever I was touching moves away quickly. This isn't her. At least not the real her. This is a dream. I pray. Oh, yeah, it was Alan. The sensation of a tear on my cheek forced my eyes open. It's my own tears, blurring my vision. I rub my eyes and move to get up and find Clarice for some strange reason.
起きたギル。
You awake, Gill?
えクラリスなんでっていうか、ここどこ
I just for a second thought, what if Clarice and Alan are the same person? But I don't think that's possible, right? Right? Clarice? Where am I?
ああ、起きたか。ここは俺の店。ギル、この店の前で倒れてたんだよ。
Ugh, you're finally awake. You're in my store. You collapsed right outside my window, you know.
えあらごめん俺迷惑かけちゃった
Alan? Sorry. Did I cause you any trouble?
今日は定休日だから大丈夫。ああ、俺はちょっと出かけてくるから、クラリス、ギルを頼んだよ。
Are they the same person but with like different like hair and eyebrows? The chin has a similar curve to it. Nah, we're not open today anyways, so it's fine, but I need to head out for a bit. Clarice, could you look after old Gill here?
はーい。
Yeah, no problem. Alan opens the door of the shop and leaves. I watch him go, then turn to face Clarice.
クラリスアランと仲良かったんだ CC で会った時は喋ってなかったよね
Clarice, you're friends with Alan? I never saw you talk to each other at Cupid Corpse.
まあね。ちょっとした腐れ縁みたいなものよ。
We're something like that. Old friends, but not really, you know? Alan's the thieving parasite, and Clarice, who's always got someone different, makes sense that they're friends.
ってそうじゃなくて
Wait, I'm getting off topic.
クラリスあの子見なかった彼女がいないんだ
She's gone. Clarice, have you seen her?
ああ、はいはい。メッセージ見てるから知ってるわよ。
Oh, I know. I saw the message, so you're not telling me anything new.
なんでそんな落ち着いてあクラリスは彼女がどこにいるのか分かってるのか
Why are you so calm about this? Do you know where she is?
まあね。
Something like that.
クラリス教えてくれ俺は彼女に会いたいんだたとえ外国でもどこでも彼女がいる場所なら
Clarice, tell me. I need to see her. Even if she's out of the country, I'll find a way to get to her.
あら、それが空の上でも行ける？
Even if it's high above, in the sky?
もちろんだよ
Anywhere. I'll go anywhere. I thought Clarice was using a metaphor, so I just went along with it. If I can see her one more time, then I'll go anywhere in the world. If she's at the bottom of the ocean, I'll build a sub. If she's in the depth of space, I'll make a rocket. I'll go anywhere.
そう。さすが失恋パラサイトのギルね。でもね、今のは比喩でも何でもないの。あの子がいるのはあそこなのよ。
So you really are the lovelorn parasite after all. But I didn't mean that metaphorically. She's really up there. Clarice points up towards the sky above with a huge grin.
あの子、本物のキューピッドだったのよ。知っ
Did
て
you
た？
know? She's the god Cupid?
はい
Excuse me. Cupid? Like the matchmaking company or...
本物の天使だったってこと
like an angel?
そう。あの子の正体は本物のキューピッド。神とか天使とかそんな風に言われている恋結びをする女の子なのよ。
She's the real deal Cupid, and she's a god or an angel or whatever. Still, she's matchmakes for humans. While a part of me doubted Clarice's words, another part of me just blindly accepted it as an absolute truth. She was always so dedicated to matchmaking for others and not herself. She even tried to get Clarice and I together. It all makes sense now. I nodded in understanding.
そっかあの子キューピッドだったのかだからあんなに
I don't know if I'd believe someone that easily. I don't know. I'm trying to put myself in his headspace. I don't think I could be as obsessed as him with somebody either, though, so can't tell. I see. So she's Cupid. No wonder she's always acting like that.
あら、信じるの？
Oh, so you believe me.
だってそんな嘘クラリスはつかないだろ。それに俺にとっては彼女はずっと天使だったし、なんかしっくりくるから。
You wouldn't lie about something like this, Clarice. Plus, she's always been my angel, so it makes sense. When I first met her, she lacked any common sense. She was always saying humans are amazing at anything new. I've watched over her all this time. I've already knew she was no ordinary human girl. After all, I taught her how to live with your typical human. At the time, I thought she was just a sheltered rich girl. More so since she never talked about her family. She always looked troubled when I asked about her parents or about her middle school life. Then, not a flashback. You believe in God. That day, her smile looked so sad to me. I understand now. It was because she was the god Cupid.
案外あっさり信じるのね。
Yeah, you're really good at, huh?
せ
Sorry, I thought you were done. Raoul often talks about gods and mythology, so I've kind of just accepted the existence of gods. There's one more doubt.
でも、つまり彼女は元いた世界に戻ったってことだよな。じゃあ俺、どうやって追いかければ。
But if she's not here, that means she went back to her world. How can I follow her there?
落ち着きなさいよ。私が教えてあげるから。ちょっと手開けてくれない？
Hey, one thing at a time. I'll show you how, but first give me your hand.
手？
My hand. I opened my hand in curious confusion. Suddenly, the necklace wrapped around my hand pointed upwards. The arrow on the chain pointed directly to the sky. Clarice pointed in the same direction.
これ、キューピッドの矢よ。あの子の仕事道具なの。
That's Cupid's arrow. It's a tool of her trade.
これが？
This is her tool?
そう。だから持ち主の元へ向かって飛んでいこうとしてるんだと思うわ。
Yeah, but it's trying to return to its owner.
これは金の矢といって相手を恋に落とす矢ね。他に矢とか弓とかは落ちてなかった？
That's the golden arrow. It's capable of making people fall in love. Did you happen to see another bow and arrow around her?
ああ、これだけがベッドに落ちてたんだ。あの子の服も他のネックレスもなかった。
No, I didn't. There was just this one there. Her clothes were missing too.
そう。
I see. Clarice cups her chin in her hand and thinks for a moment. Then she shakes her head and winks at me.
ま、そういうわけで、その弓矢の指し示す先にあの子がいるはずよ。でも、普通に飛行機で行ってもたどり着けない場所なの。深海だから。
Anywho, the arrow is pointing to where she is, which is Celestia. However, it's not a place you can reach by plane.
どうやって行けばいいか、私もわからないわ。でも、きっと失恋パラサイトのあなたならできると思う。
Even if I don't know how to get there. But when there's a Gill, there's a way, huh? After all, you're the lovelorn parasite.
だから、あの子を取り戻したいなら、頑張りなさい。ギル・ラブクラフト。
If you want to get her back, then you need to become her hero, Gill Lovecraft.
ああ、でもなんでクラリスがそんなこと知って。
I understand all that, but how did you know all this, Clarice? I turned to talk to her, but like smoke in the wind, Clarice was gone.
いない。
She vanished. I looked around everywhere, but there was no sign of Clarice in the store. Is Clarice a non-human too? Or was this just all in my head?
さっきの話はきっと本当だ。だってネックレスの飾りが上に向かって立つなんてありえないじゃないか。
But what we talked about is real. The charm on the necklace pointed towards the sky. It'd be impossible otherwise. I look at my hand and see that the arrow's tip is still unnaturally pointing up towards the sky above.
わからないことだらけだけど、これがあの子のネックレスだってことだけは確かだ。
There's too many things I don't know, but no matter what, I know that this is her necklace. Clarice said the arrow is trying to return to its owner. That's her. Now this feels real. It's like I'm living in a fairy tale. But considering the simple fact that she's gone, I can't keep calm.
待ってて。俺きっとこの矢の指し示す先に行ってみせるから。
Wait for me, Leah. I'll go to where this arrow is trying to return to. Clarice said that you can't use a plane to get there. That means I need to do something so that this arrow and I can become one. Up until now, I've been trying to achieve this dream of mine. Now it's time to make it come true. I grip the arrow and dash out of Alan's shop. I'm heading to Baltimore's coast. There's a private beach owned by the Lovecraft family there. It's home to my secret workshop. So he's making a rocket?
言ったか。
He's gone.
ギルならあの子を救えるんだろうな。きっと深海へ行くことだってできる。
I'm sure Gill can save her and find his way to Celestia.
俺もたまには手伝うか。うまくすれば俺も深海に行けるかもしれないんだからな。
But I should still help out however I can and maybe earn my own way back to Celestia. Ooh. A few days has passed since I returned to Celestia. I'm exhausted. I was busy separating incompatible couples who constantly fought. I looked at the list and checked the names off one by one, but there's no end in sight. There's this many mismatched couples? I thought I was about halfway done, but Dad just kept bringing me additional names. That's the level of fighting happening in the human realm. This is all because I abandoned my duties as Cupid in order to try matchmaking like a human. But that's not true. I don't want to think that everything I did in the human realm was completely wasteful. I peer into the matchmaking spring and aim my arrow, and once again, I look for the couples that I connected at Cupid Court. But there's some who have split up, but there's also so many happy couples who have built an even happier family. Some are smiling so cheerful. That's proof that humans can matchmake and bring happiness too. But I can't look at them any longer. Not while feeling like this, so I turn away from the spring. It pains me to see so many happy couples. It makes me long to be like them. Gil. When I whisper his name, I feel a sharp pain in my chest. Why did you, of all people, receive that article? Stop being silly. I said I wouldn't care about it. I said I'd forget all about it. I shake my head and chide myself with new resolve. I aim my leaden arrow once more. I'm the god, Cupid. I'm not a human. I can't be together with another human. Another. Baltimore Beach. At the Lovecraft family's private beach.
よし、はまった。それで次はここの回路をこっちにつなげて。
Alright, it fits. I just need to connect this circuit next. I locked myself in my lab the day I arrived in order to create the perfect car, which I had started as a kid. The car has a special flying contraption. Thanks to my time at Outroad, as well as my experience in university, I've hit a button, accumulated a lot of knowledge. That's why finally I should be able to make this all come together. My ultimate car can fly and transform. It might even be the perfect car to go where the arrow is pointed to.
でもパーツが足りないな。
But I don't have enough parts on my hand. Everything here was from when I was a kid. Of course, the parts left here aren't good enough. I can obtain some parts at the local car factories, but all of them know my face and name. If I go, they'll all think I'm back in the family business. Heck, they might even tell my folks. I can't see Dad yet. I still don't think we can speak to each other as equals.
でも背に腹は変えられないよな。
Desperate times calls for desperate measures. It's obvious that I can't make my ultimate car with the parts I have on hand. I can apologize and patch things over after I'm done. I wipe off the oil smeared on my face and head to the car factory.
待ってろ。絶対にもう逃がさないから。
Just you wait, Leah. I'll find you some way, somehow. After 6 years of loving you, we were finally together. There's no way I can give up so easily. Compared to my love for her, my family problems are nothing. I made up my mind and determined heading to the car factory I was often went to as oh my gosh. Got it. I made up my mind and determined headed to the car factory I so often went to as a kid. Sometimes you say it and I'm like, that doesn't sound right. And I proceed to run all around Baltimore. Running. I begged some favors and made some promises and almost went to a party. In the end, I got all the parts I needed.
Yosh, これであとはこの設計図通りに作ればできるはずだ。
Alright, all that's left is to follow the blueprint. I promised to pay everyone back if I'm successful. That was only allowed because I'm a Lovecraft.
俺ダメだな。こんな都合のいい時ばっかり家の名前利用したりしてさ。
Pretty low of me taking advantage of my family's name only when it's convenient. Maybe I should go and see my parents to talk things over after all. She did tell me that they might understand me better if we just talk.
でも今は彼女の元に行くことだけ考えなきゃ。
But right now, getting to her takes priority. I follow the blueprint all the while looking at her necklace.
きっと会いに行けるよな。ずっと問題だったエネルギーについてもこれで解決しちゃうし。
I really hope this is enough to reach her. At least this arrow can solve my energy problems. It appears that the Cupid's arrow stores an astronomical huge amount of energy. I ran some tests and was surprised by what I found. It solved loads of energy problems. Not having a well-balanced power source was the biggest reason why I gave up on my dream car. In my plans, the fuel tank was too big and heavy to make a car that could fly. In turn, making it light enough to fly would be meaningless if there wasn't enough fuel to get her to her high above. The flyability and energy issues were one of the same. The fact that the Cupid's arrow solved that problem shows how powerful it is. The arrow has an energy not natural to our realm. It's an out-of-place, unusual artifact, so to speak. Once inserted into the energy source tank, the car should have infinite flight distance. Theoretically.
こんな矢を身につけていただなんて。やっぱり彼女は本物のキューピッドなんだな。
To think that she of all people wore this arrow, she really is the bona fide god of love, Cupid. I didn't fully believe Clarice's words completely, but I was fully convinced that my love isn't human. But that doesn't matter anymore. I fell in love with her for herself, and that means loving her true identity.
早くあの子を抱きしめたい。ごめんって言って、愛しているって言って、それから。
I so desperately want to embrace her, then I'll apologize and tell her I love her. After that, if I get the chance, I want to say those once-in-a-lifetime words to her. I thought I already did.
そのために俺は頑張らなきゃいけないんだ。この車を完成させてやる。
In order to do all that, I have to complete this car. I clutch the Cupid's arrow tightly in my hand as I continue working, but... Oh. The time I realized I'd already passed out again.
ああ、もう、また寝ちゃった。そんな暇ないのに。
Time left in what? How do you know? I fell asleep again. I don't have much time left either. I couldn't waste any time on sleeping or even eating, yet acting carelessly is why I passed out. Like not eating and not sleeping. I rubbed my tired eyes and turned to the car, but then I sensed another presence there with me.
はあ、まったく無茶してたら続かないだろ。
You're not gonna get anywhere if you keep pushing yourself too hard.
アラン、なんでここが？
What are you doing here?
あの日、ただならない様子で走っていくのが見えたから、店の都合をつけて追いかけてきたんだ。俺も彼女が心配だからね。
That day I saw you running around with desperation in your eyes, so I closed up shop and followed you. I'm worried too, you know.
だって、彼女は君に恋をしてるんだろ？
Because she's in love with you. Alan licks his lips in a devilish way. That's right, Alan's the thieving parasite.
あの子は渡さないから。
Hands off, Alan, she's mine.
わかってるよ。俺のものになったら美味しくなくなる。
Oh, I know that. She wouldn't taste nearly so sweet if I could.
略奪もダメだからな。とにかく今は忙しいんだ。そんな理由なら帰ってくれ。
Alan, no swiping. Anyway, I'm working right now. If you are the only here to cause trouble, then please go away. I look away from Alan and pick up a wrench. Right then, I feel my head spin.
言わんこっちゃない。人間は脆いんだ。飯を食わなきゃあいつまでたどり着けないだろ。
I've always been amazed by just how fragile humans really are. You'll never reach her if you don't, eat something. After saying that, he puts down a bag of crab cake burger with a crab cake burger inside a Baltimore specialty.
差し入れ。急ぎたいならたまには休みな。
My treat. I know you're in a hurry, but if you want to make progress, you need to take a break once in a while.
ありがとう。
Thanks, I guess.
じゃあ、俺はもう行くから。
Yeah, anyways, I gotta get going. Alan waves his hand at me as he left.
アランも一緒に食べりゃいいのに。
He could have stayed and eaten with me. I wouldn't have minded. Why did he come all the way here anyways? I was so sure Alan would say what he wanted to steal her away from me, but now I have some doubt.
まあいいや。あの子を取り戻せたら聞いてみよう。
Whatever, I'll ask him when I get her back. I have no time to spare. I need to put every ounce of brain power towards finishing this car. I take out the burger from the bag Alan brought me and hungrily scarfed it down. The taste is nostalgic, like the same burger I often ate on my way home from school. That familiar taste fills my mouth and suddenly I want to cry. After leaving my family home, I sought out my own love and met her. But no matter what, I grew up as a Lovecraft in our city of Baltimore. I am sliding slowly, trying to uncurl my legs. I have to do it faster, I guess. I also don't want to lose my blanket, but I'm just trying to stretch this leg out underneath the blanket. All right. The nostalgic, familiar taste is the taste of my home. I feel pathetic realizing such a simple thing this late in my life. I open my mouth and take a big, big bite. I lick the stray mustard sauce on my fingers and then get back to work. Maybe it's because I had a meal, but I feel warm now, plus my mind is clear. Alan was right. If I don't take care of myself, I'll never reach her. I have to rest if I want enough energy. I was in too much of a desperate hurry. Because of that, I ended up losing focus. It's a bad habit of mine. I'm so desperate all the time.
結局その繰り返しで空回ってばっかりなんだよな。
In the end, it was like I was fruitlessly running on a hamster wheel. I didn't talk to my folks, and I just ran away because I didn't have any money. I ended up with a lot of hardships. Then, once I met her and started to care for her, I ended up falling in love with her. I didn't have the courage to tell her how I felt and found that I couldn't leave her. I couldn't leave her be. I pursued her so fiercely. But to be honest, I just wanted to laugh with her. I should have told her about the article. Then there would have been no misunderstandings. I wanted to protect her from getting hurt, but my thoughtless actions only caused pain.
進路を決めた時だって、ボイス交換アプリで喋ったクラリスの言葉をあの子の言葉だと勘違いしたしさ。
Back when I was trying to figure out my life, I mistook Clarice's voice for hers when they were using the voice
手
changing
紙
app.
だって教科書に挟まないでちゃんと手で渡せばよかった。
I should have directly given my letter to her instead of sticking it inside a textbook. I should have tried to be so roundabout. Instead, I should have just talked to her directly. Imagine asking her what she likes and hearing the opposite. No, more so.
守るなんて分かりづらい言葉を使わずにもっと最初から好きって伝えていたら。
Instead of being ambiguous, I should have just outright said that I love her from the start. What would she have said to me back then? I imagined her reaction and laughed to myself.
それでもダメだったかもな。大学の頃のあの子は今よりもずっと当事者意識が低かったから。
Might not have worked out back in university. She was even less aware of things. I'm sure her mindset back then was of the god, Cupid, rather than a human woman who could fall in love. But after working in human society, she started to spend more time with them. It seems like that changed her heart. Right after she fell for me, I lost her. But I won't give up. Not as long as she's up there. That's why I'm determined to finish making this car and go to her. A few hours later, I finished the exterior of the car and have heaved a sigh.
よし、これでいけるぞ。
I can do this. Someone else give him a burger. I open my hand and see the Cupid arrow wrapped around it. Once I insert this, the car will be complete. I can feel the tension in the air and my own pounding heartbeat. If I couldn't bring the car to life, if my theories were incorrect, if what Clarice said wasn't true, then I wouldn't be able to go where my love is.
そんなことない。俺は世界で一番彼女を愛しているんだ。
That can't be true, though. I love her more than I love anything else. Even if everything is fighting back against me, I will find a way to reach her. After all, that's who I am. I'm Gill Lovecraft, the lovelorn parasite.
行くよ。
Here I go. I hold up the Cupid arrow, high in the air, and shove it right into the car. But where?
どうやらうまくいきそうだな。なら俺もちょっと便乗するか。
Looks like things are going well. Seems like it's about time for me to join in the fun.
俺のこの体じゃ深海にはいけないからな。ギルを利用して悪いけれど。って、なんだこれ。
Ultimately, this body can never return to Celestia. I hate taking advantage of Gill like this, but wait, what the...
体が吸い込まれる。うわあ！
My body is getting sucked in? The moment I sucked the arrow in the car, it began to shine. My shock knocked me off my feet. Wild stormy wind whipped up and I grabbed onto what I can so I don't get sucked in. I realized how wild things had gotten. I looked up and see something descending from above, sucking up the car.
まさかこれが未知のエネルギー？
Is this all due to the Cupid's arrow? Maybe the arrow is a catalyst for an energy born from the sky. Nonetheless, this gale is for sure something else. But now I'm thinking about how to harness it and use it to propel myself above. I looked at the car. I just finished assembling with my mouth wide open. As if it were responding to me, the car's blinkers moved on its own. Then the engine turned over and I came back to my senses. If the car gets away from me, then my chance to see her will end like that.
頼むよ相棒。俺は君に乗って彼女に会いに行きたいんだ。
Please let me ride you so I can get to her. I forced myself forward one step at a time as the gale gusted around me.
俺はあの子に会いに行くために君を作ったんだ。バンブルピッグ。俺を乗せてくれ。
I made you so I can go see my love. Bumble pig, let me in. This perfect pink car was modeled after the same transforming robot from my favorite series, Transform Cars. I call out my car's name and put my hands on the door. In an instant, the blinding light surrounding it dimmed and the car returned to its original peak. Calm down. I look around and see nothing out of the ordinary. It seems Bumblepig has calmed down. Wow, I really did it. I was on edge as I climbed in. In anticipation, I had dressed up in a suitable outfit to welcome my love back home. I sat down on the seat and felt it mold to me perfectly. I click the special seat belt in place and take a deep, calming breath. This is my first car made by my own hands. I'm confident that no matter what, it'll run, even though I haven't done any tests. I turn over the engine and hit the gas pedal. I take more deep breaths, calming breaths, as I look at the Cupid arrow, which is stuck in the hood. The arrow is still pointing straight up towards the sky. I only hope I can get there.
じゃあ、行くよ、バンブルピッグ。
Let's ride, Bumblepig. As if responding to my words, the cars honked in answer. With no further hesitation, I put my foot on the pedal. Is the car Alan now? The car begins to shake violently. Soon, the howling wail of the car's gimmick starts to rattle around. Let's go! I press a button and put the pedal to the metal. G-forces slam into me at the sky as the sky grows closer and closer. We're really doing it. We're gonna do it. We're actually flying in the sky. You're flying, Bumblepig. The blue of the sky zips by as I clear the high right. Oh gosh. As I clear and rose higher. This childhood dream of mine, this impossible dream of mine, had finally come true. I'm in a flying car. I'll do everything it takes to reach her.
これで会いに行くから、俺を待ってて。
I'll be there soon, Leah. Please wait for me. I cheer again and press the pedal down even harder. All of this is so that I can go wherever she is. I truly believe that we'll be reunited. Looking for lost parasite love.
キューピッド、追加のリストをお持ちいたしました。頼みますぞ。
Cupid, you got another list. I'm counting on you. Dad's divine beast continues to bring me list after list of couples that need to be separated. Seeing this towering stack is utterly disheartening. There's no end. At first it was fine, but I'm starting to lose my cool over this and have some serious doubts. This may reduce arguments, but it won't help the poor marriage rates in the human realm. These days, I'm constantly getting lists of couples that have communication problems. If a couple can't communicate properly, they should still try to heal each other. There's no need for me to ruin things. It's strange to have the gods step in a situation like this, but maybe those couples don't want to break up. Yet we gods are forcing them to separate because we want to avoid strife. Truly, the gods are quite arrogant. I looked at a name on the list and let out a shocked gasp. It read Gill Lovecraft. This is Gill's brother. He was listed with a note. My sock is coming off and it's making me sad. As I struggle so hard just to pull this off. Alright. He's listed with a note, a couple who suffers from misunderstandings due to bad communications. Separate them. Period. It seems that Gill's brother still hasn't opened up to his fiancée. Still, I don't think using the lead-in arrow to break them up is the right choice. After all, I know that Galen loves his fiancée deeply. Breaking them up is nothing short of cruel and Breaking them up is nothing short of a cruel tragedy. If I went through with this, I feel like I would be turning my back on my role as Cupid. I remembered a book I read as part of a university assignment. There was a story about a fairy that brought ruin and heartache to couples by using a droplet of love without care. Right now, I felt exactly like that fairy. Except I'm not no trickster fairy, I'm the god Cupid. I put my hand over my heart as I looked over the list. If I had a fall in love arrow, I could turn the situation around. But I only got my divine powers. I had originally planned on using the power of humans at Cupid Corpse, but that's all in the past now. It's not too late. I can return to the human realm and give Galen some advice. I can even guide them towards the sound of wedding bells. I still want to help my clients get married. I want to do that with my own skills and not with my arrows. That's right. I can always go back. I look at the list and felt a sharp ache in my chest. A couple who suffers with misunderstanding matches Gill and I. I keep telling others to open up and talk, but I don't have a leg to stand on. I left Gill without saying anything to him. Yeah, but you were going to come back, right? Like, you weren't leaving. You weren't running away. I mean, you did, but you ran away here. I was enraged at the time, but I was also panicking from seeing Dad's divine beast. I came back without thinking things over. I want to see Gill so badly right now. I want to see him and talk with him. But if he lies to me again... I remember Gill's face during our date, and my stomach fills with a heavy sense of dread. This is the first time I realized how much of a coward I had become since falling in love. People are often unable to speak their minds. That leads to misunderstanding, which eventually leads to breakups. I told Galen what to do like I knew it all, but in the end, it's just as bad as he is at communication. I'm so scared. Terrified that things will fail even after I try. What should I do? I crouch down and press my chest into my knees. I've lost all the will to shoot the lead-in arrows through the spring. I toss the list aside and lay down on the stone altar, just wanting to quit it all. Then someone enters the room. Is it Jupiter?
Cupid.
It's Mars.
今日の分のリストは見たか?
Cupid, have you seen today's list? Great, Dad's here. I thought about ignoring him, but then he would get all huffy and start throwing punches, so I got up. Yes, I did, but I don't think this couple should be broken up, Dad.
何? またバカなことを。お前は我々十二神が決めた仕事をこなせばいいと言っているだろう。
Don't be foolish, child. Do your job as deemed necessary by the 12 Olympians. 'Tis your duty. But that would mean breaking up a couple with true potential and further reducing marriage rates. Are you sure about this?
下がるのは一時的なものだ。他を耕さねば作物は育たぬ。それと同じだろう。
The decline would only be temporary. After all, fields must follow for crops to grow. Do you understand what I mean? You're talking as if it's a free follow cultivation and not human lives. Burn too much and you'll lose precious crops, Dad.
そうはならんよ。万が一縁を切ってもまた恋の矢で二人を結びつければよいのだからな。
If I made a mistake, then you can reunite them with your love arrow. However, I don't think that'll be necessary. Dad is so selfish and self-centered. I shifted away from him with a glare. That'd be a waste, Father. You could potentially cost them years that they could have spent together. Human lives are brief, yet they still try to do their best to nurture their understanding. of love. I feel sorry for them when gods intervene and ruin their lives on a whim. Please, Dad, don't do this to them. He can't, you can.
まだそんなことを言っているのか、お前は。まったく、人間界に行って人間の愚かさを学んだだろうと思っていたのだが。
Are you sprouting nonsense again, child? I have assumed you would come to understand human foolishness down there.
人間は些細なことで争いを起こす。我々神が導いてやらねばならぬのだ。
Humans are only capable of creating strife and war, especially at the drop of a hat. They need us to guide them.
そんな奴らのために、お前が頭を悩ます必要はない。恋だの愛だの言っていないで、弓矢を射るのだ。そうすれば、すべてが丸く収まるのだからな。
Cease your needless worry of them. Simply shoot your arrows, Cupid. Do that, and you'll have no more human woes. See, this is exactly why I hate the way gods handle things. Leave humanity's woes to humans.
だがその悩みを放っておけば、争いの種が生まれる。人間はすぐに悪行に手を染めると、お前も知ったはずだ。
My hair up. If you let them fret, they'll easily sow the seeds of strife. Humans can't resist strife and devastation. You know that well. That's simply not true. However, will Dad understand how I feel? After arriving in the human realm, I met many wonderful people there. True, there's a problem aplenty. Strife certainly could happen too. But humans live their lives with firm, earnest convictions. I was able to learn that by meeting and living with Gill. Gill was the first human I met after I first came to the human realm from Celestia. Because of my ability to trust in Gill, I grew to like humans. That's right. Gill was always so kind to me. Why can't I believe that that's his true nature? I realize that, and I feel everything click in place. It's because I'm used to guys who like a girl so much that he puts her in a cage, okay? It's happened. It's happened before. That's why I can't trust Gill. Sorry. Everything clicks in place. How could I have doubted Gill in the first place? Gill was always there to accept me as who I was.
はあ、とにかく、そのリストをこなせ。それがキューピッドであるお前の仕事だ。
Do your duty and finish that list. That is your role as Cupid. Dad grabs my arm and drags me back to the matchmaking spring. Did I make a choice earlier? It's my first choice, right? We'll see. Dad, let me go.
ダメだ。どうせお前は逃げるつもりなのだろう？
Nonsense, you'll flee your duties again. No, I just want to talk. Let me go, Dad.
いくら話しても結論は変わらん。だがお前に話すことはたっぷりある。わしの部屋行くぞ。
No amount of discussion will change your duties, but I suppose I have much to say to you. Let us go to my rooms. Am I in for another one of his long lectures? I remember being stuck in his rooms for hours on end. Honestly, it made me sick to my stomach. Yet, at the same time, I'm getting more and more frustrated at Dad for refusing to listen to me. I felt like all of my anger was about to spill over.
なんだ?
What's that sound? A roaring sound echoed all around us. An earthquake rattled the entire area. Dad quickly let go of my arm and goes running towards that sound. I hastily follow after him. We arrived almost at the same time to see an explosion. What I saw there left me dumbfounded. A car was stuck in the side of a tree that serves as the gateway to the human realm under the approval of Lord Jupiter. And in the car was Gill.
よかった、本当にいた。
Oh yeah, you're really here. This is what you were to the date too. Gill, what are you doing in Celestia?
会いに来たよ。君に会いに来たんだ。
I came to see you. I'm here just for you. I couldn't believe that he was here before me. I just stood there in shock. But there was no denying it. There he was. Gill came for me. He really truly came for me. And he's dressed in a suit? Gill.
Cupid, いかん。
Cupid, cease this. Dad snatches my arm as I ran in Gill's direction. I was yanked back.
大丈夫？
Leah! Seeing me falling, Gill leapt from the car, but Dad stood between us like a wall.
お前だな。娘をたぶらかした人間の男は許さんぞ。
You must be the human who tricked my daughter. How dare you? Dad slams his mighty fist next to Gill's feet. At this rate, Gill's as good as dead. Dad's warlike temperament is back in full force. He truly is the god of war. That is the kind of god who thinks humans owe us fealty. He would never stoop to talking with a human. You'll know. If you stay here, my father will kill you. Run while you can.
やだ。ようやく君にまた会えたんだ。君を連れて行くまでは絶対に帰らない。
No. I finally got to see you again. I won't be going anywhere unless we're going there together.
何？人間風情が何を？娘は絶対に渡さん。
What? You puny mortal human? How dare you think my daughter is a prize to be taken as your will? I can sense that Dad is charging up his energy, yet in the face of the god of war, Gill isn't flinching.
待ってください。お父さん。
Wait, sir, Dad.
わしはお前にお父さんと呼ばれる筋合いはない。
Puny mortal human, I am not your dad.
だいたいなんだお前は。キューピッドを傷つけた男なんだろう。娘はな、よくお前の名前をつぶやいて泣いていたんだからな。
You're a human who wounded Cupid. Are you not? My daughter was weeping while saying your name. Dad, you were watching that?
父親たるもの当然だ。
Of course, you foolish child. I'm your father. It's my right. Yeah, but were you like watching everything?
え、君が俺の名前を呼んでたの？
You were calling my name? Gil, don't look so happy about that right now.
こやつを泣かせるなんて、どうせ浮気でもしたんだろう。人間の男は移り気だからな。
You made her cry, you cheating scoundrel. Human men cannot keep their hands to themselves. Mendacious souls that they are.
俺はそんなことはしない。出会ってからずっと彼女一筋なんだから。
I would never cheat on her. I've loved her and only her since we first met.
口ではどの人間もそう言う。だが愛が続いた試しなどない。
Humans spit lies like the cheap words they are. A love based in lies will never last.
俺は絶対一生愛し続ける。君が信じられないとしても、せめて誤解だけは解かせてほしいんだ。
I swear upon my soul to love her for the rest of my life. And even if you don't believe me, I still need to talk to her. Gill takes a step forward and revealed the screen on his smartphone. The hateful article titled Leah Mira, the scam artist, is there shining bright on the screen.
聞いてくれ。君はこの記事を見てしまったかもしれないけれど、俺は世に出回る前に消したかっただけなんだ。
Listen. Where is it? Here. Leah, listen to me. I know you probably saw this article, but I was trying to prevent it from being published. Gill continues to explain the situation. The author of the article was a Cupid Corporation competitor. He got a tip from a colleague at Outroad who was helping him to figure out who wrote it and how they could stamp it out. The message Gill had received was from his colleague who got a copy prior to publication.
でも世の中に出回る前に俺がもみ消した。だからもうあの記事は消えた。君の事実無根な悪評は広まらなかったんだ。
I stopped the article before it became public. That's why it's gone. Those baseless, ugly rumors never went public.
俺は君を傷つけたくない。 信じてくれ。
I truly don't want you to get hurt, Leah. Please believe me. Gil. Aw. I know that he lied to me previously. However, Gil wasn't lying now. Like a hot knife, his words cut to my core. He's so straightforward. I don't know if that's the right phrase. He's so straightforward, and right now I can tell that Gil's telling the truth. I'm such a fool. Gil is too kind-hearted to write a smear article about me. Despite confirming our love for one another, I lost control of my emotions and forgot how to remain calm. My vision blurred from the tears while I nodded in reply to his words. Okay, I believe you, Gil. Leah, sorry for jumping to conclusions about the article, Gil.
大丈夫だよ。俺だっていつも早とちりしてたからさ。
It's alright. I've done the same thing before. He smiled bashfully and chanced another step closer to me.
君とクラリスの会話を盗み聞きして進路を決めたことだってあった。
I eavesdropped on your conversation with Clarice that day, and I decided my path in life based on those words.
君に嬉しいって言われて勝手に付き合っているんだって早とちりしたこともあった。
When you said you were happy, I jumped to all sorts of conclusions and assumed we were already dating. Bad, yeah.
それに比べたら君のなんて可愛い早とちりだよ。それにまた会えたから。
Compared to that, your misunderstanding is so much smaller. Plus this let me see you again. Okay. Gil smiled innocently at me, and I holds out his hand for me to take.
だから一緒に帰ろう。
Leah, let's go back home together. Please, let's.
いかん!
No, Cupid, I won't let you go. I'm not gonna say. I reached out to take Gil's hand, but Dad blocked me once again.
人間の言うことを信じられるか。人の心は移ろうもの。すぐに気持ちが変わるに決まっている。
Remember what I said, daughter. Humans lie. As often as the sun rises and sets, his fickle heart will change in no time.
絶対にない。だって俺は失恋パラサイトなんだから。
I won't give up. That's the fate of the lovelorn parasite.
だが、お前は人間で、娘はキューピッドだ。それを知ってもお前はこやつを愛せるのか?
You're a mere human. My daughter is Cupid. Should I take you at your word that you can love her truly, even knowing that?
当然だよ。だってもうずっと昔から俺は彼女を天使だって思ってたんだから。
Of course you can. She's always been my angel since we first met. That won't change now. After shouting that, Gill unlocks his smartphone and shows his photo folder to Dad.
見てください。この彼女の天使っぷりを。
Just look at how angelic she is. He's got like a folder of like 5,000. Oh my god. My sweet angel.
俺だけの天使フォルダ。
My sweet angel folder? Angel? Oh god, that's what he meant.
俺が彼女と出会ってからずっとこっそり撮ってた彼女の写真です。
This is not the winning comment. I've been stashing away secret snapshots of her ever since we met. When the heck did he have time for this, weirdo? There were countless photos of me sleeping, eating, smiling. Gill, you were secretly taking all of these pictures of me?
盗撮? まさかストーカーなのかお前は。
Voyeurism and smut. Are you some sort of stalker?
なんて罵られてもいいです。俺の彼女への不変の愛を信じてもらえるなら。
Call me whatever you want as long as you believe in my unchanging, undying love for her.
俺は彼女と出会ってから彼女のことを考えなかった日なんて一日もなかったんだ。
I've thought about her every single day since I met
人
her.
間の世界を知らない彼女の面倒を見られるのが俺の生きがいだった。彼女が困らないように何でもしてあげるのが幸せだった。
I treasured looking after her and helping her understand the human realm. She gave my life meaning. I would do anything for her.
一人で食事をとるときだって彼女の好物ばかり食べてた。本だって彼女の好きな本ばかり読んでた。
Even when I ate alone, it was always her favorite foods. I even read the books she liked.
彼女がいないときは苦しくて、ずっとこの写真を見たり、彼女がくれた消しゴムを見たりして励まされてた。
When she was around, I felt so lonesome that I looked at these pictures. I've even clutched the eraser she gave me as reassurance.
なんならイマジナリー彼女を作って毎日会話だってしてた。彼女と再会する時の妄想もしてた。
In my mind, I created a version of her that I could talk with. With that image, I could fantasize about being reunited with her.
俺の時間は全部彼女に捧げてたんだ。俺の夢なんかどうでもよかった。尽くすのが俺の幸福だったんだ。
I've dedicated all of my heart and soul to her. I put aside my own dreams. Caring for her gave me the ultimate happiness.
彼女に自分の夢を追ってほしいって言われて、最近はちゃんと自分で考えるようにしてたけど、それも彼女がそばにいなきゃ意味はないんだ。
She's the one who told me to follow my dreams and to think about myself, but I don't want a meaningless life.
君がいなければ生きてたって意味がない。人間かどうかなんてどうでもいいんだ。
Without you, Leah, there's no point. I don't care about humans or gods or whatever. You gave my life meaning. Oh, Gill! Oh my god. His powerful emotional words made my heart leap. Dad has a slightly disgusted expression on his face, but I felt so elated to hear him speak of me, so... They say that love doesn't discriminate, which is true, even though Gill is fixated to an unnerving extent. I'm still happy.
だから、俺の気持ちが変わることなんてありません。一生かけて死ぬまで、いや、死んでも、俺は彼女を愛している。
My feelings for her will never change. I'll love her until the day I die. Even after death, my heart will still love her.
だからお父さん、娘さんをください。
So please let me have your daughter's hand in marriage as your potential future son. Ooh. Is that an option? Can you ask that? Dad's shoulders were shaking and the ground rumbled his intense displeasure.
ならんならんならんダメだこんな気持ち悪い人間なんぞに娘はやれん
Absolutely not. I forbade it. I will not let my daughter be yoinked with one such as you, creep. That fiery glare scorches the air between all of us. Then he took a stance with his axe in hand. The giant axe he wields is a divine artifact of Mars. As the god of war, Mars presides over anger, lunacy, fear, and the fog of war. His rage and anger will make him unstoppable. That is why Lord Jupiter dislikes him most among the divine 12 Olympians. Alright now, and right now Dad is utterly pissed at Gill. Could this get any worse? Oh no, he's 20 meters tall again. The more enraged Dad gets, the bigger in size he becomes. Right now, his feet are crushing the cobblestone beneath him.
お前が真にキューピッドを愛しているというならば戦い奪ってみせろそれが神々のやり方だ
If you truly love Cupid and wish me to believe your words, then defeat me and take her. That is the way of the gods. Dad swings his axe in a sweeping arc. That slash destroys all of the pillars nearby. He's just that intensely strong. The rage of the gods of war simply cannot be quelled by a human from below.
わかった。彼女のお父さんと戦うのは気が進まないですけど、俺、やります。絶対に彼女を連れ帰ってみせる。
I honestly don't want to fight you, sir, but if that's what saving her will cost me, then bring it on. She's coming home with me. No, Gill, he'll really kill you.
大丈夫。俺なら平気だよ。
Don't worry, I'll be fine. Check that flow chart one more time. Let's see. I mean, whatever will be, will be. Choice in the next one, no choice. But we got some images. Gill laughs brightly and leaps back into the air that's still stuck in the side of the... just there. And leaps back into the car that's still stuck in the side of the advent tree.
逃げる気か。だがお前が生きていたら未練が残る。殺してやろう。
How expectedly cowardly of you. Your life will bring only distraction to my daughter. I will slay you now.
誰が逃げるって？俺は戦うよ。人間のやり方でね。
Who said I'm running? I'm gonna fight you fair and square, but we're handling it the human way.
バンブルピッグ、行くよ。
Bumble Pig, let's go. Gill slams his fingers into a button hard. In the next instant, something amazing happens. The car begins to transform before our eyes. The tires move into the side and a metal rod starts to extend out of the chassis. The doors to the car open and suddenly arms pop out too. It looks like some sort of demonic metal god, but actually I've seen this before. Is this a Transfor car? This is one of Gill's favorite Sillywood series. He's always loved it because of the transforming cars. Transfor cars? I've only seen this in movies, but truth is stranger than fiction. The car is transforming right before my very eyes.
なんだこれは。
What manner of trickery is this?
文明の利器。人間が考えたロボットってやつだよ。
Behold the fruits of humanity. This is a robot born from mankind's wicked ingenuity. Oh my gosh. Ingenuity. Haha.
面白い。ロボットとやらがどこまで神に通用するか試してやる。
A human-made life form. Very well. Let's see how far your robot can get you.
望むところだ。
Bring it. Gill's robot strikes a pose. Gill's robot and my towering father both lunge forward at the same time. The slam of the impact creates a massive shockwave that nearly blew me away. I throw my hands in front of my face, yet neither Gill nor Dad fell.
人間にしては頑丈じゃないか。
You're tough for a mere mortal human.
こんなこともあろうかとレアメタルで作ってあるんだよ。
I knew this might happen, so I made Bumble Pig with some rare metals for extra strength. Wait, Gill knew this would happen? What does that mean? I wanted to chide him for watching too many movies, but honestly, Gill had a point in this very specific case. Take this.
ぬるい。
Too slow. The robot's fist and the war god's fist collided. A shockwave rippled from the impact, making the entire atmosphere shudder and shake.
いいから、お前はもう諦めるがよい。
Give up and yield.
嫌だ。俺は彼女じゃなきゃ嫌なんだ。もう二度と手を離したくないんだよ。
Never. I will never let her go. She's the only one for me. Gill unleashed twin punches from both arms, and Dad received them with no damage. Dad grabs onto the robot's fist and delivers a downward strike.
ならばなぜ娘を泣かせた。どうせお前といたらまた娘は傷つくに決まっている。
You made my daughter cry. Ha! You'll only cause her strife by remaining at her side. Dad was preparing to stomp on Gill's robot. But Gill quickly recovers and delivers an uppercut to Dad's chin.
お父さんは傷つくのが嫌だからってあの子をこんな場所に閉じ込めるんですか。そんなの本当の守るってことじゃない。
Your concerns aren't an excuse to keep her locked up. That's not protecting her at all.
俺だって昔はそう思ってた。あの子を守りたくて危険から遠ざけたくて あの子の気持ちを考えたこともなかった。
I thought by protecting her from everything, I was caring for her, but I wasn't even thinking about her feelings.
愛情を押し付けて気づいてもらえないことを嘆いて、あの子自身を見ようとしてなかった。それじゃダメだってようやく気づいたんだ。
I was too forceful with my affections. It took me so long to realize that I wasn't considering her own perspective.
自分が未熟だと知ったなら、なぜそこで身を引かん？
If you know you have a defect like that, why didn't you remove yourself from her life before?
彼女を愛していて、そして彼女が俺を愛してくれたからだ。
Because I love her and I know she loves me back.
俺はもう二度とあの子から離れない。二度と彼女を傷つけないと誓う。
That's why I'll never let her go. I'll do my best to never hurt her again, I swear it.
嘘はつかないし全部話す。愛を疑うなら何度だって愛を誓う。だからお父さん、彼女をください。
I'll never lie, and I'll be honest. And if you still doubt me, sir, then I'll swear as much as you need. Let me love her, please.
好きだー！
Leah, I love you. Wow. Whoa. Gill's strike lands a critical hit on Dad, knocking him back. He smashes into a pillar, and quickly Dad gets buried by the rubble from the crumbling roof. Oh my god, a single pillar. Gill's robot drops to one knee. I can see sparks sputtering at its joints. It seems that unleashing all of these powerful punches at Dad deteriorated its elbow joints. Gill! Gill comes out from the cockpit of the robot. I run towards him and fell. Leah. Gill's falls into my open arms, completely fatigued. I hauled him up and noticed he has drenched in sweat. Gill, are you okay? Are you hurt? Yeah, my head's just pounding.
これ式でそのありさまとはな。これだから人間は脆いと言っているんだ。
So that's it. My, you humans truly are so fragile. Gill's body in my arms. I turn around and see Dad getting up. He doesn't seem to have suffered any injuries. In fact, he's walking towards us while still carrying his giant axe. Dad, no, please, don't kill Gill. Gill tries to stand up, but he's too exhausted to move. Stop it, Dad. I want to spend my life with him. Don't you dare hurt him. I hug Gill closer to me and plead to Dad to understand. Gill was breaking out in a cold sweat and was still on his knee. Dad hovered above us, glaring down at us both.
おい、人間。一体どうやってここまで登ってきた？
Human, how did you survive to enter our realm?
この車でまっすぐ来たんです。
I flew here using my car.
一気に高度を上昇させれば人間など具合が悪くなるに決まっているだろう。そんなこともわからなかったのか。
Humans cannot last at this high of an altitude. You suffer sickness when you ascend too quickly. Did you not know that? It also happens from the ocean too. It's called the bends. He's got the bends.
分かってましたよ。でも俺はもう遠回りしたくなかったんだ。
I knew that, but I wanted to get here as soon as I could. What? But I'm doing fine.
それはお前が神だからだ。人間界に行けば人間の体になるが、深海へ戻ればすぐに神の身に戻る。
That's because you're a god, daughter. When you go to the human realm, you become like them. Up here, your godhood is returned.
だが、そこの男はただの人間だ。一気にこんなところまで登ってくれば、具合が悪くなるに決まっている。
But this man before us is a mere human. Ascending to Celestia will naturally make him ill.
それを分かっていて、それでも来たというのか。
He knew that and still came, human.
はい。これ以上遅くなったら彼女を失うんじゃないかって怖かったから。
Yes. If I took too much longer, I was afraid I would lose it. For you.
その体でわしと張り合ったというのか。しかもこの軍神マーズを一度でも転ばせるとはな。
And yet you fought me in so frail a state. Even I, the god of war, was tripped up by your actions. Dad extends his hand out to touch Gill's robot.
これが人間の作った道具とやらか。
So this is a tool born from humanity. He sighs, his voice sounding quite impressed. For some reason, his expression turns sad, yet there's kindness in his eyes.
わしが地上から離れて久しいが、随分と人間は進化しているようだな。
You haven't been to the human realm in so long, it seems humanity has evolved quite a bit.
トロイア戦争の頃はまだ大きな木馬を作るぐらいしか脳がなかったものだが。
Back during the Trojan War, the most humans could muster was a wooden horse. Dad mumbles those thoughts to himself. For the first time since my return, he laughed.
お前の心意気は分かった。
Boy, I
今回は
understand.
わしが折れるとしよう。
I understand your fighting spirit. This I yield. Dad!
お父さん。
Dad! Don't.
だからわしはお前の父親になった覚えはない。
I'm not your dad, boy. Plus,
それに喜んでばかりでもいられんぞ。
do not celebrate just yet.
キューピッド、人間と添い遂げればお前はもう深海に来られなくなる。分かっているのか？
My darling daughter Cupid, if you choose to yoke yourself to a human, you cannot return to Celestia. Do you understand that? What? Dad, are you telling me the truth?
ああ、キューピッドは恋を司る神だからな。人間と本気で恋をすれば人間になってしまう。それでもいいと言えるか？
Yes, to fall for a human will make you human and strip you of your role as Cupid, god of romance. Do you wish that? There was no reason for me to hesitate. With all my heart, yes. I've lived in Celestia for such a long time. I've never counted the years, but I'm sure it's been long enough for a multitude of nations to rise and fall. But I only ever felt alive when I went to the human realm for the first time. No, not just the human realm. I only felt that way when I was by Gill's side. I want to spend my life with Gill. I don't care about my godhood.
ギル・ラブクラフト、お前もその罪を背負う覚悟はあるか？
Gill Lovecraft, are you prepared to shoulder such a commitment with her?
はい。彼女が望んでくれるなら。
Yes, that's her true wish.
きっとこの手で守りきってみせます。彼女のことを、彼女の心を。
I will protect her with my own willpower and hands, her and her heart as well.
脆い人間が一丁前なことを言う。
Your fragile, mortal is quite convincing. Dad heaves a sigh and looks at us both, Gill and I.
確かにそれが一番いいらしい。
This is probably for the best.
キューピッドの心を守れるのは父である私ではない。人間であるお前の方のようだ。
It is not the duty of a father to protect Cupid's heart. That's the duty belongs to you, human.
娘を頼んだぞ。
I leave my beloved daughter in your hands. Dad turns away from us. I thought I saw his shoulders shudder a little. In that moment, I hear light footsteps come running towards us. It's the goddess of beauty, Venus, my mother. Mom!
あら、何か派手にやってると思ったら、娘を人間の男の子に取られちゃったのね。
Oh my, oh my, my. I was wondering what all the commotion was. It seems our daughter will be taken away by a human boy.
取られたわけではない。くれてやっただけだ。
Correction, I gave her away to a human boy.
あらあら、まず、あなたったら泣いてらっしゃるの？
Oh, my dearest Mars, why do you weep?
泣いてなどいない。
I'm not weeping.
かわいい娘の独り立ちね。
Oh, it seems our beloved daughter is becoming our independent daughter.
ってあら、あの車ったら面白い魂が宿ってるみたい。いろんな運が重なるものね。
What an interesting soul your vehicle has. There's so many strands of fate wound within it.
でもこの人を説得できたみたいでよかったわ。エロース、人間界で幸せにね。パパのことは私に任せて。
Oh, I'm glad you managed to convince your father, Eros. I wish you all the best below. Leave your bubbling father to me. Oh, thanks, Mom.
かわいい娘の幸せを願っているわ。二人の結婚式にはちゃんと参列するから、お便りはちゃんとちょうだいね。
I wish nothing but the utmost happiness for my beloved daughter. But be sure to send me an invitation to the wedding, dear. Mom waves at us airily with one hand and locked arms with my dad.
さあ、行きましょう。娘が嫁ぐとき、親は一緒にお酒でも飲んで楽しくやるものよ。
Now let's go, my love. Parents should toast in celebration when their daughter is married instead of crying.
キュート。
My once frightening dad is sobbing openly in front of my mom. Even though we're not family by blood, they really do love me as if I was their own daughter. I need some more clarification as to how you're not related. Gods and humans are quite similar. We have things more precious than blood relations.
じゃあ、俺たちも帰ろうか。あの家にさ。
We should head back home. Yeah, thanks for coming to my rescue, Gill.
俺こそ、俺を選んでくれて。
Thank you for choosing me. We press our foreheads together as we continue sitting, then we gently peck to kiss to each other's lips. I felt my Cupid's bow necklace fall from my neck and held my leaden arrow and bow. This was proof of my godhood. I'm sure this only came off because I fell in love with a human. I suppose this is goodbye to my entire life here. I take a deep breath of Celestia's air and take Gil's hands. Then we go into the car. This extremely unique car was born from Gil's dreams and wishes. Together we ride back to the place where we belong together. Weird. Ooh. Love letter rush. Oh, I didn't catch that at all. Slowly we meander through the sky. I wonder what people below us see. Maybe they're spreading rumors of a UFO sighting as we head back towards the human realm. Finally, we returned home.
ただいま。
Back! We're home! I wonder if Clarice is here. I look around and open my eyes wide. Everything's a mess. I wonder if we're the victims of a burglary. I turn around to see Gill, who had a guilty look on his face.
ごめん。これ散らかしたの。俺。
Sorry. I made this mess. What? Why?
ほら、君がいなくなった日に君を探すために手がかりがないか全部ひっくり返して。
On the day you disappeared, I turned the apartment upside down looking for any hint to where you'd go.
そのままにしちゃってたんだった。ごめん、すぐに片付けるから君は休んでて。
I kind of left things a wreck. Sorry, I'll clean everything up as soon as possible. You can go rest. I'll help. In fact, I want to help. I smile agreeably at Gill, and he blushes in return. This time, he didn't push back. He simply returns my smile with his own and nods.
ありがとう。じゃあ、一緒にやろっか。
Yeah, let's clean up together. Yeah, together. I love the sound of that 3-syllable word. It's important to take care and give care. I don't want to be overly pampered and constantly protected, though. That's why I'm so glad to be able to help Gill clean. This goes here and this goes there. I help clean up the room one item at a time with Gill. As we work, I notice some documents I don't recognize. What are these? I flipped through and skimmed the documents just to make sure they weren't trash. I realized this was Gill's work. Gill Lovecraft, author of soon-to-be published book? Gill, what's this? He takes the stack of papers from me and his eyes go wide. This is, Yeah, this is amazing. You're gonna be a published writer, an author.
ありがとう。でも、実は悩んでいるんだ。
Thank you, but I'm still wondering if it's gonna be okay. Huh? Why?
その著作物っていうのが、俺が今まで書いた手紙だからだよ。
It's all just letters that I've written up until now.
君に宛てて書いたラブレターをまとめて書籍化しないかって誘われてるんだ。
They think I should publish them, but they're love letters I wrote to you. Love letters? To me?
うん。実は下書きも合わせると結構な分量があってさ。もしかして読んでない？
I've quite a lot of them, including all my drafts. You never got to read any of them. No, I haven't, but I also never received one.
おかしいな。君から借りた教科書に挟んで返すときに渡したと思うんだけど。
But I thought I gave you one in that textbooks I borrowed from you back in college. Are you real?
うん。
Very much so. But I don't have any memory of receiving a letter like that. Then I think about what Clarice said.
Eh? そんな。うん、待ってね。だって。
She found it in her book at Cutie's Diner. She didn't think Gill seemed like that kind of person. He also didn't sign it, which she said didn't seem like Gill either. As a note, Gill also didn't sign it. Gill's words in my conversation with Clarice jogged my memory. I remembered one possibility. Back in college, I often lent my textbooks to Clarice. She often went out late, so she didn't come back home to get her own work, her own books. There was also loads of times that I lent them to Gill, who quickly passed them back to Clarice. In other words, wait, you said that letter was in a textbook?
うん。ほら、恋愛心理学の授業のおコーナー教授の教科書に。
Yeah, it was in that romantic psych one, the class that we had to use Professor O'Connor's book for. Professor O'Connor's romantic psychic textbook? You stuck it in that?
うん。思い出した？
I sure did. Do you, remember now? I do. In fact, I frequently lent that textbook to Clarice. I often lent that book to both of them, actually. Gill always said he wanted to read it, and Clarice needed it for her supplement exams. Once she even mentioned a letter with no sender in her bag. She claimed it was from a Cutie Diner customer, so she just tossed it, but she also said it was similar to your style. Hesitantly, I show Gill the picture I took of his love letter. He slapped his hands to his forehead and heaved a sigh.
そういうことか。
So that's what happened.
そうだよな。君が俺の手紙を無視するなんてことするわけないと思ってたんだよ。
I should have known. You would have never ignored a letter if you knew it was from me.
俺の手紙、そもそも一度も君に届いてすらいなかったんだね。
None of my letters ever reached you. Unfortunately, that seems to be the case. For a moment, we stare at each other, then we burst out laughing. Somehow, we always end up taking the long way around when it comes to getting to the point. I look directly into Gill's eyes. Let's see. I could look at the bad ending right now. It's a possibility. Can you deliver your love letter to me directly this time? Gill nods and picks up a box from the corner of the room.
はい。ここに全部入ってるから、蓋開けてみて。
The letter's in here, you can open it. This is it? I take the lid off the box. Inside are dozens of letters stacked up in piles. Well, let's try the other answer. Oh. Wow, there's so many. Are all of these for me?
うん。実際に君に渡したのは一通だけだけど、君への気持ちが抑えられなくなると、こうして書いてポスト代わりにここに入れてたんだ。
I only managed to attempt to give you one of them, but I've written them anytime my feelings surged. That's amazing. I pick up one of the letters and open the envelope. Inside was Gill's distinct handwriting and his love towards me. I love you. I want to be with you. Have my heart. I want to protect you. I want to care for you every need. You're the only one for me. I can hear Gill's voice as I take in those words. Gill uses a multitude of phrases to express his love for me and to me. At times, he sounds like a poet composing a sonnet. Then he's straightforward and direct. Other times, he uses metaphors. Gill had an infinite amount of words for an infinite amount of feelings. The more I read, the more I can tell he treasures me. Those words were just a drop in the bucket, and if what Gill said to me was a drop, then this is a flood of love. Truly, this was just the tip of the iceberg in terms of Gill's love. Beneath the surface was even more than I could see. The warmth of his love enveloped me, and I felt so happy that I could cry. I almost did. I've never witnessed such dedicated true love. I didn't know that love could be so earnest and pure either. Gill, the lovelorn parasite. Gill, the man who was driven by his nearly infinite love to chase me all the way to Celestia. But his love is what made me so happy.
ごめん、泣かせるつもりはなかったんだ。やっぱりこんなのドン引きだよな。
Oh, I didn't mean to make you cry. I guess this was kind of creepy of me, huh? No, that's not it. It's just, I'm so happy. My tears plopped down onto the letter. Gill, I love you. I love you so much. And you gave me so much in return, even though I never noticed. In the letter, Gill wrote, even if you never noticed my feelings, I'll always love you. That made the tears flow faster. Thank you for always loving me no matter what, Gill. I'm sorry I didn't know how you felt about me. Yeah? Gill reaches out to me and cautiously wraps his arms around me in a gentle embrace. Where his hand touched, I felt warmth. It was the warmth of my love towards Gill burning inside me.
当然だよ。俺は見返りが欲しくて君を愛したんじゃないんだから。
Of course, sweetheart. I didn't fall in love with you expecting something in return.
君が好きで、その気持ちを抑えきれないから、ずっと好きでい続けただけだよ。
I just loved you so much I couldn't hold all these emotions back anymore. I look up to see Gill's gentle gaze. His eyes radiate kindness and affection. He's got a fixated gaze that walks the fine line between love and lunacy. Yeah. Yes, he does. I agree. I used to be intimidated by how he looked at me. I felt a little bit like prey, but now there's something else I'd rather be. I want you to use these for your book. Then everyone can see how much love you have for
こん
me.
なものがなくても俺の愛は変わらないよ。
That still won't change my love for you.
でも、君がそう言ってくれるなら、出してみようかな。君に捧げるために、他の男が君に近寄らないようにさ。
But if you feel that way, then I might actually consider using them. I'll even dedicate the book to you. Gill smiles and bares his teeth in a huge grin. Once again, he's walking the fine line between love and lunacy. Yet I love Gill so much that I feel like I'm walking the same line with him. I smile in return. Gill, you'll always have eyes for me.
もちろんだよ。君も俺の愛を疑っちゃダメだよ。俺には君しかいないんだから。
Of course, so don't doubt my love for you. You're the only one in my heart in the whole wide world. Aww. Gill's warm breath ghosts over my lips. That leads us to kissing again.
いつか俺の愛で君を怖がらせちゃったらごめんね。でももう耐えられないんだ。
I might overwhelm you with my love one day, but I can't hold back now that I have you. We kiss while he runs his fingers through my hair. That's a challenge with how her hair is. Gill's kind eyes and earnest words haven't changed. even though he knows I'm Cupid. His eyes are as honest as when he had the blue cheese-flavored kiss. No matter what happens between us, Gill continues to love me ceaselessly. I closed my eyes and felt love envelop me. Little by little, our kisses became deeper and more passionate. I wrapped my arms around Gill's neck. He had one, but maybe he's Serbius, maybe he has more than one. I wanted to demonstrate that my love for him could be just as strong as his own.
クラリスちゃんのラブキューピッド作戦成功しちゃったみたいね。
Looks like Mission Love Cupid was a massive success.
これで私が恋のキューピッドになっちゃった。でもほんと大変だったわ。あの子ったら全然恋しないんだもん。
I played Cupid for those two. It was a pretty tough job though. She never even looked like she was falling in love.
でもようやくくっついてよかった。これで私の役目は終わりね。
Glad to see them together. Looks like my job is done.
バイバイ。ギル、キューピッドちゃん。お邪魔虫みたいだし、私は帰るね。
Goodbye,
いつまでも幸せでね。
Yeah. Not into third wheeling, so I'm out. Take care, you crazy kids in love. The day after returning from Celestia, I apologize for being absent without prior notice. I was prepared for the worst upon my arrival at the office. I even desperately bowed an apology to my boss. At the time I left the human realm, all I was thinking about was abandoning my life here for Celestia. But now that I had to live as a human being, I have to worry about things like my social standing and professional reputation. The first thing I offered up was an apology, but
有給申請ちゃんと出てたぞ。
you put in your time already. It's logged in the system. Huh?
ほら、むしろ今日もまだ有給中だが。
Actually, you're still technically off today according to the records. My boss showed me a PTO request. Indeed, it said that I was returning to my parents due to familiar matters. No way, this can't be real. What the heck is going on? Who did this? Then I looked at the handwriting and noticed something. The letters have a slight tilt. This is definitely Clarice's handwriting. Come to think of it, there was a period of time where I couldn't contact Clarice. She also hasn't come home, and she's not here. Can you end my PTO request from tomorrow? The issue with my family has been resolved, so I can return to work.
ん？いや、普段働き詰めだからこれぐらい休んでもらえなきゃ困るよ。叱られるのは私の方だからな。
Sorry, but no can do. You've been working too hard anyway, so you need you the rest. I'll get yelled at if you don't, you know? I understand.
今日も出社してもらったところ悪いけれど、データ上は有給だからな。またこの日付から来てくれ。
I'm sorry for getting on your case when you came all this way. That being said, don't come back until that date, okay? Apparently, I had an entire month off. I was in Celestia for quite some time, leaving me with one more week. Oh well, I've never had a day off since I started working for Cupid Corp. I was so focused on rising up in the corporate ladder that I rarely took time to myself. I suppose I should just be happy for a break. Well, alright then. If you'll excuse me, then I'll be on my way. I politely bow again and leave my manager's desk. What's going on here? Why would Clarice request PTO without my permission or knowledge? It feels like she knew that I wouldn't be coming back home for quite some time. Clarice should be here today. In systems developments, I'll go ask her directly. But no one seems to remember Clarice working here. What's happening? For some strange reason, none of our coworkers remember Clarice working here. Ah, she was spirited away.
クラリス？
It's
クラリスティ
Clarice.
ア？そんな会員いた？
Clarice Tia? I don't remember anyone by that name. Do you have that right? I opened a box just in case I need it. Okay. Do you have any pictures of Clarice? Is she even real? Even when I explained who Clarice is, all I got are confused responses and empty stares. Thankfully, there's some people who do remember, but...
クラリス？あのエロい子か。覚えてるよ。俺寝たことが。あれって夢だったか。
Clarice, you mean the super sexy chick? Yeah, I remember her because we slept together, but wait, was that real?
クラリスか。そういやあの子が近くにいるとなんか妙な夢見た記憶があるな。でも起きた時すっきりしてるんだよ確か。
Clarice, come to think of it, when she comes by, I always have wicked weird dreams, but I always wake up refreshed. All I'm getting are these incredibly strange remarks. Weird dreams, strange dreams, they all sound like the dreams Gill told me about before. Anyway, it seems that Clarice had completely disappeared from Cupid Corpse without a trace. The only clue left was all of these rumors about strange dreams from the male employees that remembered her. In fact, all the female staff had forgotten Clarice completely. It's as if she was spirited away, just like how Raoul described it. I don't need a I remember.
それでさ。
Perhaps Clarice is some kind of god. Yesterday on my way home, Gill mentioned that it was Clarice who taught him how to access Celestia. Normal humans would not know that kind of thing, though Clarice and I have always been on the same wavelength too. Sometimes I got the feeling that Clarice can see Chi too, even though he's supposed to be invisible to humans. Then there was those dreams Gill had whenever Clarice was home, and all of those male employees said the same thing. I think I might have read something about a phenomenon like this before, where gods or fairies or whatever, Clarice probably wasn't human. Now that I think of it. I should ask Auntie about this. I know I can't return to Celestia, but if I use my phone to contact her. In that moment, I reached for my necklace, but suddenly remembered that it was gone. It fell off after I fell in love. Hold the phone! I completely forgot about my golden arrow! That's right, I left the golden arrow back at the apartment when I rushed back to Celestia. I hate to think that it's gone, even though I'm no longer a god. Dad will descend down to another rage if he finds out. Lucky me, it's my day off. I better hurry up and figure things out. I grab my bag off my desk and hurry back home. However, it's not here. It's not here. Not here either. God, it's not here at all. I search every nook, every canny at home, but nonetheless, can't find the matchmaking arrow. What happened when a god or even former god loses their divine artifact? I don't know what consequences I'll face. All I know is that I'll definitely get yelled at. Only the 12 Olympians and those above have the knowledge. The lower gods simply do as they're told. Oh gosh, what do I do? I was completely lost, but then I heard the front door open.
ただいま。あれ、帰ってるの？
I'm back! Leah, are you home? Gill? I look at the clock and realize that it's around the time Gill would return home. I ran to him to get to the bottom of things. Gill, do you know where the necklace of mine with the golden arrow is at? You know, the one I always wear? My voice was thick with tears. Gill cried out in shock. He then glanced away anxiously.
ごめん。車に使っちゃった。
Oh, sorry. I kinda, sorta, maybe, used that necklace to power the car? The car. Gil took me out to the car he created to bring me back from Celestia.
ほら、ここに。
It's, right here. Gil pointed to the hood. The Cupid bow was stuck in it like it was glued there. Why is it stuck to your car?
ああ、いや、実はこの矢のエネルギーを燃料に深海に向かったんだ。
Well, you see, I used the latent energy stored in this arrow to fuel to get me to Celestia.
そしたらすごい化学反応が起きて融合しちゃったみたいな。
Actually, some pretty amazing chemical reaction occurred. However, they kind of fused the arrow with my car, meaning it won't come off.
あ、うん。一応俺も帰ってきてから取り外せないかいじってみたんだけどさ。
Exactly. Mind you, I did try messing around with it to try and remove it, but why is it honking at me?
こんな風に車に抗議されるんだよ。取るなって言ってるみたい。
Well, Rumplepig doesn't want me to remove the Cupid bow. Pardon me, but the card told you that?
実は矢のせいなのかよくわからないんだけど、こいつたまに勝手に動くんだよ。カーラジオで話しかけてくる時もあるし。
Well, I don't know if it's because of the arrow, but sometimes it moves on its own and even talks to me through the radio. Wait, it can talk via radio?
Hi.
Hello. It really talked.
君に見てもらえば原因わかるって思ったんだけど、もしかしてわかんない？
Actually, I thought I'd figure out why it can talk if you saw it, but I guess even you don't know why, huh? I didn't know that the Cupid bow could do this. This is amazing, and it's kind of a cutie, but I gently stroke the car and it honks in return. It really is a real-life Transformer car, just like in the movies. Well, I guess this car really is your partner, Gill.
そうなんだ。ということで、ネックレスは外せそうになくて大丈夫だった？
Seems like it. That's why I don't think I can root the arrow anymore. Is that okay? Well, to be honest, I'm not sure, but I think it'll be fine. Though I'm a little worried, I'll text Auntie and see what she thinks about Cupid's bow and what to expect. If there's a problem, Lord Jupiter or even Dad might come down to the human realm and rip the arrow out of Gill's car.
それより今日は遅番だって言ってなかった？ずいぶん帰りが早いけれど、どうしたの？
Didn't you say you were working late today? Why did you come home early? Oh, actually, I explained how Clarice put me in PTO for me and then just vanished. Gill looked confused.
神隠しか。そういえば君がキューピッドだって教えてくれた時もクラリス突然目の前で消えたんだよな。
Like she spirited away. Come to think of it, when Clarice told me that you were Cupid, she suddenly vanished. Seriously?
うん。だから確かに君の予想通りクラリスは人間じゃないのかもしれない。でも君の友人だってことは確かだ。
Seriously, maybe Clarice isn't human, as you suspected. Still, she's your friend regardless of who or what she is. You're right, even if Clarice isn't human, she's still a wonderful friend and is incredibly kind. That'll never change. Clarice has always been supportive of Gill and I. She even looked out for me and requested PTO so I could return at any time. I don't know where Clarice is now, but no matter where she is, we'll always be friends forever. My PTO means I have another week of vacation.
へえ、そっか。じゃあ今日は一緒にこれからデートしない？実は俺も明日は休んでいいって言われててさ。
Really? Let's go out on a date. I'm taking the day off tomorrow, so we've got plenty of time. Really?
休んでた理由を話せって言われたから愛する人を迎えに行くために車から作りましたって言ったらしばらく休めって言われちゃって。
I was asked about my absence, so I told him that I made a car to rescue my beloved, and I was told to take some time off. I guess hearing something like that would be enough to make someone worry. Well, most people wouldn't build an entire car to go rescue their partner. And truth be told, if someone who didn't know the situation heard Gill say that, they'd probably think he was delirious.
あ、でも安心して。あの会社変人ばっかだし、ラブレターの出版契約にはサインしてきたからさ。俺が休んでる間にデザイン作ってくれるんだって。
The company's full of strange characters. I just signed the contract for the love letter book. They'll handle all the design. Oh, that's excellent news.
うん。 でもなんか照れくさいよ。あの手紙の山見たらみんなギョッとするし、急に俺のこと先生扱いしてくるしさ。
It's actually kind of embarrassing. Everyone was so shocked when they saw the letters. It made me look like some big shot author.
でも同時に嬉しいんだ。文章を書くのは、愛を伝えるのは子供の頃から好きだったから。
Even with all the fuss, I'm still happy. I've always loved putting pen to paper when it comes to my thoughts. I'm so happy for you, Gill. Thanks. Gill looked at me and quietly smiles. Our hands touch while resting on the hood of his car. Gill kisses me, then the car radio bursts to life.
5時のニュースです。
Time for the 5 o'clock news.
Whoa!
Oh. The sound of the radio surprised us and we jumped apart. Even though we've kissed so many times, Bumblepig's interruption made us feel so awkward for some reason.
なんだよ、バンブルピッグ。いいとこ邪魔して。
What's up, Bumblepig? Things were just getting good, you know? Wait, isn't your car's voice different from the voice earlier?
あ、本物のカーラジオの方か。でもラジオをつけたのはバンブルピッグだろ？
Well, yeah, it's the actual radio, but I think Bumblepig must have triggered it. The car honks in agreement. I start the car again and the radio volume increases.
次のニュースです。
Next on the
ラブ
news.
クラフトインダストリーズ、通称 LCI 社の副社長、ゲイリー・ラブクラフト氏が急遽副社長を辞任するという意向を記者会見で述べ、
Gill Lovecraft of Lovecraft Industries, also known as LCI, has resigned from his post as VP. He held a press conference. Excuse me.
兄さんが副社長辞任？一体何が？
Gallon is resigning? What happened? We look at each other. Gill's phone buzzed, and his expression grew tight as he looked at the screen. Who is it?
父さんからだ。
It's my father. Gill's hesitant about picking up the phone. It's obvious from his glare. But in the end, Gill did the adult thing and answered the phone.
もしもし、父さん。
Hello, father.
おう、ギル、よかった出てくれて。お前聞いたか？ゲイリーが副社長を辞任するという話は。
Gill, I'm glad you picked up. Have you heard the news about Gallon resigning as VP?
今ラジオで聞いたところ、何があったの？
I just heard the news on the radio, coincidentally enough. What happened?
それが実は、いや、電話ではなんだな。お前、今ロサンヨークか？
Well, it's not good to talk about this over the phone. Are you in Lost York at the moment?
そうだよ。これからデートに行くところ。
I'm busy. I'm about to go out on a date, you know. It's far more important than our family troubles.
デート？だがすまないが、こちらも休養だ。ちょうど商談でロサンヨークに来ていてな。話ができるとありがたいんだが。
A date? Gil, I'm sorry, but this is an emergency. I'm in Lost York on business. We need to meet and talk.
デートだって言ったでしょ？話聞いてた？
Pardon, but I said I was heading out on a date, father. Were you listening? Gil responded with an irritated edge in his voice. Gil's relationship with his father is poor because he was a workaholic. That's why Gil left. It might even hang up. Gil, I'll be okay. Do what you need to do. I whisper those words into his ear. Gil's lips puckered up in dissatisfaction and his irritated expression remained.
でも。
But our date. Gil seemed to become more childish when it comes to talking to his family. It's as if time has frozen for him. It's a once in a lifetime chance to talk things through with your father as equals. I hope you can get through to him. You might regret leaving things as is if he doesn't take this chance to clear the air. Yet even if they finally see eye to eye, they can't make up for lost time. In a way, it's the same as Gil and I.
わかったよ。父さん、今どこにいるの？
Fine. Where are you right now?
もう会ってくれるか。では、9番街のホテルのレストランにいる。そこで夕食でも食べながら話をしよう。
Excellent. I knew you'd see sense. I'm at a hotel restaurant on 9th Avenue. Let's discuss things further over dinner.
わかった。でもデート中だから彼女も一緒に。
Alright, but I'm bringing my girlfriend with me too. The phone call clicks off while Gil was still speaking. Then he turns to me with irritation flashing in his eyes.
父さんとの電話はいつもこうなんだ。一方的に話すばっかりだし、こっちの話に耳を傾けることもない。
He's always like this. He just bulldozes through anything that's not him has to say.
だから俺は父さんに自分の気持ちを言いたくなかったんだ。バカにされそうだし、頭ごなしに否定されそうだったからさ。
That's why I don't want to open up to him. He'll probably just ignore my feelings, insult me, and reject everything outright. I can empathize with that. I was much the same. I ran away from home to show up my stubborn dad. I nod my agreement, and Gil lets out a soft laugh.
そう。でも君はちゃんとお父さんと話し合えた。だから俺ももう逃げない。いい加減会って話してくるよ。
You were able to find equal ground with your own father, so I'll try and do the same. Hopefully, we'll meet in the middle.
でもさっき父さんに言いかけたんだけどさ、君にも一緒に来てもらいたいんだ。いい？
I didn't get a chance to finish saying it, but I told my father that you're coming with me. Do you mind? Are you sure it's okay for me to be there? I pressed the button, I swear. I'll press it
い
again.
てもらいたいんだ。父さんにちゃんと紹介したいし、うっかり婚約者でも決められたら困るしさ。
I want you to be there, and I want to introduce you to my father. I don't want him to decide who I can and can't love too. Good point. Knowing Gil's father, he might already have someone in mind for him depending on how things go. Turns out human fathers and godly fathers are one and the same. Once they think they're right, nothing can change their minds. We were both still so young when we ran away from home to start our lives. But Gil and I have grown up some since then. I think we'll be okay.
わかったわかった相棒。お前もな。
All right, partner. Looks like you're coming with. Well, there's no one I'd rather go with than we're off to meet your father. The wonderful Wizard of Oz. Because is what it felt like. Ooh, this could be the good or bad ending, right? Right. Baltimore love song. Gil drove us to 2nd Avenue down to 7th. Thought it said 9th Avenue.
ここか。
Here it is. According to his father, the hotel was a high-class establishment. I just came from work, so I was worried that I wouldn't fit the dress code. It should be okay. I mean, it's not like I'm wearing sneakers or anything. Even if it's a high-class hotel, formal attire is more the exception than a hard and fast rule. This hotel seems quite befitting of the LCI company president. I see why Gil's father chose this as their meeting place. Gil, I have to ask one more time. Are you 100% sure I should be here?
なんで？もちろんだよ。俺はむしろ君を両親に紹介できる機会が来てすっごく嬉しい。
Why shouldn't you? You're my girlfriend, and I want to introduce you to my family. Of course you should be here. Gil flashes an innocent smile. He's not nervous at all. Well, regardless of his relationship, he's still an LCI heir. I suppose he's used to places like this. Maybe I should be just as brazen too. I tried to relax when I heard a honk behind me.
ダメだよバンブルピック。ホテルの人が見てるじゃないか。君はおとなしく駐車場まで運んでもらうんだ。
Not now, Bumblepig. Everyone around is watching. You need to stay put in the parking lot and wait for us. Gil whispered that to him, then handed the car key to the hotel attendant, but Bumblepig went and moved itself. It seems that it's going to park all on its own. I thought there would be an uproar at seeing a driveless car, so I took a look around anxiously. Unfortunately, it seemed the doorman for the hotel was already taking notice.
お客様、今のは
Pardon me, esteemed guest. What was that exactly?
すっごく小さな運転手なんだ。気にしないで。それより約束してるんだ。最上階行きのエレベーターに案内してもらえる？
Nothing, our driver's just rather short. No need to worry. Anyways, I need to get to the top floor for an appointment, please.
はい、かしこまりました。
Yes, sir. Right this way, sir. The doorman offered an awkward smile before turning around and walking off. Gil and I looked at each other and barely held back laughter as we followed after the doorman. Imagine putting like a skeleton in the driver's seat. Just to have something there. We arrived on the top floor at the restaurant. Gil gives his family name and we're taken to the best seats. Upon his arrival, Gil's father ecstatically shook his hand.
Oh, Gil. 元気だったか?
How have you been?
まあね。父さん、母さんと一緒に来てたんだ。
Fine, father. I see you brought mom with you.
ギル、元気だった？ちゃんとご飯食べているかしら？
Oh, Gil, how are you? Are you taking care? Are you eating a balanced diet?
うん、平気だよ。母さんも元気そうでよかった。
I promise I am. I'm glad you're doing well, Mom.
ところでギル、そちらのお嬢さんは？
By the way, who's this young lady, Gil?
さっき電話で言ったでしょ。デート中だった俺の彼女で、将来を誓い合った女の子。
Told you on the phone. She's my girlfriend. We're practically engaged. Gil isn't holding back how he's feeling, which made me nervous. Cautiously, I introduced myself to his parents. It's lovely to meet you. My name is Leah Muir. As Gil said, we're dating.
お付き合いよ。
Oh, you've been dating.
なるほどな。
I see. Gil's father stroked his beard nervously and started glancing about the restaurant. On the other hand, Gil's mother bowed and had a gentle smile. She stayed quiet as if out of consideration for Gil's dad. Gil's father looked at me and was about to speak when Gil interrupted him.
それで、どうして兄さんが辞任なんてしちゃったんだよ。
So why did you make Galen quit?
ああ、それなんだがな。
Getting straight to the point, huh? Gil's father heaves a tired sigh and looks at his phone.
あやつと来たら、駆け落ちをしよったんだ。
Galen eloped.
駆け落ち？相手は？
He eloped? With who?
子供の頃に私が決めたフィアンセとだ。せっかくラブクラフト家に見合う家柄で、車への理解がある女性を選んだというのに。
With the childhood fiancé of his, we chose her because she's from a good family and has a solid understanding of cars. Does that mean Galen was worried about not liking cars? Did he finally open up to his fiancé and decide to live life for himself? Gil seems to have the same idea as me. We look at each other and know right off the bat that this isn't a good situation. But it's good as the former real deal Cupid to see two souls who were tied by fate unite once again. I wonder why Galen didn't talk to his father beforehand. Did he elope because he thought talking things out wouldn't help? Or like Gil, did he think it would be meaningless to try?
それで兄さんはどうしてるの？
What's Galen doing now that he quit?
相変わらずボルトモアにいる。それでハンバーガー屋を創業すると言って物件をもう借りたというんだ。
Is he gonna make crab cakes? Galen is still at Baltimore. He said he plans to open a burger shop and has already rented a property. A burger shop.
それが実は車なんて嫌いで、本当はハンバーガー屋をやるのが子供の頃からの夢だっただなんて言うんだ。
He said that he always hated cars and that he wanted to open a burger shop since he was young. It's his dream.
私に相談する前に辞任を発表しよってな。その後、私のもとにそう記したメールが届いた。結局私は何も言えなかった。
Just emailed me afterwards. He left me with little say in the matter.
婚約者までそれに賛同しているんだと。まったく、ゲイリーのやつは一体どんな手で彼女をたぶらかしたんだか。
Galen even said his fiancée agreed to things. I wonder how he tricked her in deciding with him.
まったくラブクラフト家の息子とあろう者が情けない。だから私は。
I'm ashamed to call him a son of the Lovecraft family. That's why I.
情けないって。立派じゃないか。自分の夢を追いかけているんだから。
Ashamed? Ashamed? I think you should be proud of Galen. He finally is following his own dream.
それにたぶらかすってなんだよ。兄さんが婚約者の子を無理やり従えたと思ってるっていうの？
What do you mean by trick? Do you really think that Gallon is forcing his fiancée to submit to him like that?
決まっているだろう。私は車によく理解のある娘をゲイリーの婚約者に選んだのだから。
Of course. Gallon knows I chose that girl specifically because she understands cars. You know how your brother can be. Gallon's father says that so matter-of-factly that I can't believe it. His words only make Gill even more enraged.
違うよ父さん。兄さんはずっと悩んでいたんだ。車が好きになれないことに。
No, you're absolutely wrong, Father. Gallon has always been worried about how much he didn't like cars. Don't you get it?
婚約者に嫌われたくないから車を好きにならなきゃって俺のところに相談までしに来たんだ。そんな兄さんがたぶらかすわけない。
He forced himself to try and like cars for the sake of his fiancée. He even came to me for help. Gallon would never trick her.
きっと兄さんは正直に話したんだよ。それで婚約者の子は兄さんの夢を応援しようって思ってくれたんだよ、きっと。
I know he spoke honestly with her. I'm sure Gallon's fiancée chose to support his dreams and his happiness. I won't doubt him.
車が好きになれない。そんなわけないだろう。ゲイリーはずっと副社長として働いていた。
Gallon doesn't love cars. Don't be ridiculous, Gill. He's a Lovecraft. Gallon was doing quite well as the vice president.
それがずっと苦しかったって兄さんは俺に会いに来たんだよ。なんで分かってやろうとしないんだよ。
He was silently suffering because of it, Father. Gallon came to me countless times about it. Can't you even try to understand?
ギル、だが我々ラブクラフト家に生まれた以上、ご先祖様の作り上げたこの会社を守るという責務がある。
Is he going to become Gill Mirror with me? As long as you bear the name Lovecraft and belong to this family, we have a duty to build upon our ancestors' traditions.
4代続いた LCI 社を私の代で終わらせるわけにはいかないんだ。だから5代目にゲイリーを選んだ。それの何が悪いと言うんだ。
LCI is 4 generations old. I will not allow it to end with me. Gallon should be honored to be my successor. What's there to hate?
そんなんだから俺も兄さんも家出しちゃったんだよ。父さんが仕事と会社のことしか見てないで俺たちを見てくれないから。
This is why we left home. All you ever think about is LCI and work. You never think about how we might actually feel.
だが私は家を思って。
How dare you? I work hard for this family.
家のことを思って俺たちを母さんをないがしろにしたってわけ。何がラブクラフトだよ。愛を作れてないじゃん。
You may say it's for the family, but you're completely ignoring us and Mom. Lovecraft? Ha! Never crafted any kind of love.
俺ずっと思ってたんだよ。子供の頃、母さんが寂しそうにしているって。
Mom always looked so sad and lonely, even when I was a kid. I never said anything, but it's true.
それで俺は絶対こうなりたくない。好きな人を大切にできる生き方をしたいって思ったんだ。
I swore that I'd never be like you. I want to take care of the people I claim to care about.
だから俺は家を出たんだよ。
That's why I left
きっと
home.
兄さんも同じだ。
Just like Gallon did. Gill's father goes silent. At a loss for words, it seems that this is the first time he's hearing why Gill left home.
ギル、そんなことを思っていたの。
Gill, sweetie, is that what you really thought?
まさかお前が突然家を出てロサンヨーク大学に入ったまま帰ってこなかったのも。
Seriously telling me that's the reason why you left home, entered Lost York University, and never came back?
そう。俺は会いに行きたかったから家を出たんだ。家に縛られたくなかったんだよ。
Oh, I read that as trying, and I was like, what? It is. I swore to live my own life for the sake of love. I didn't want family tying me down.
そうだったのか。
That's why. Gill's father's eyes go wide. He holds a hand over his mouth and sighs loudly.
お前もゲイリーも私の生き様を見てこの道を歩めぬと思ったのか。
So it seems that you and Gallon are determined not to follow my path after seeing what it made of me.
そうか。
I understand.
そうだったのか。
So that's why. Gill's father looks down. He seems to be more regretful than disappointed. After a long stretch of silence, Gil's father's finally
そうか。私は息子たちにずっと理想を押し付けていたんだな。
So I suppose I was just forcing my ideals on my children all this time. He looks bewildered but also sorrowful. He quietly closes his eyes as though he couldn't understand his children.
そうか。車を好きじゃなかったのか。
I see. So Galen didn't even like cars. Nope. A gap. Your love match is... A gap. Best love match. Means we got the good ending, right? What? But Gill loves cars. After hearing his father's words, I couldn't help but exclaim that. I covered my mouth in embarrassment, knowing good and well that I made a mistake. Gil's secret should have remained hidden. Sorry, Gill, I spoke without thinking. I anxiously look at Gill and silently offer an apology. However, he simply smiles and nods in agreement.
大丈夫。それは本当のことだから。
No worries. You're only speaking the truth.
父さん、彼女の言う通りだ。俺は車のことが大好きなんだよ。
Father, Dad, she's right. I love cars with a passion.
本当か？
Are you serious, son?
家に縛られたくないとは思ったけれど、車を嫌いになったことは一度もないよ。
Yeah, I am. I didn't want to be tied down by the family legacy, but actually I never hated cars, not once in my life.
大体、あのラボを作るように工場のおじちゃんに言ってくれたのは父さんじゃないか。
After all, you were the one who told the factory workers to build a workshop for me.
そうだが、本当にそうなのか。私に気を使っているわけではないんだな。
I see, but are you really telling me the truth? You're not just saying it for my benefit, are you, Gill? His father looks at Gill like he's truly seeing him for the first time. His father seemed quite depressed after hearing that what Gill said about he and his brother running away from home.
もちろんだよ。それに俺、今はアウトロード社で働いてるし。
Of course I'm telling the truth. I wouldn't be working for Outroad if I didn't love
ア
cars.
ウトロード社？カークラフトロードの？
Outroad? You mean Carcraft Road's Outroad?
びっくりしたな。父さんがこんなに食いつくと思わなかった。
Yeah, the very same. I didn't think you'd be interested in any of this.
カークラフトロードといえば全車好き憧れの雑誌じゃないか。私も若い頃には発売日に買いに走って。
I love Carcraft Road. It's a must-have magazine for all car lovers. When I was young, I purchased a copy on release date. Suddenly, Gill's father gasps and cuts himself off. Then he clears his throat and changes the subject.
あそこはうちもお世話になっている。業界1位の車の専門誌の出版社じゃないか。当然知っているに決まっている。
Outroad is quite helpful for the industry as a Carcraft Road. Of course, I know the name.
あなたったら車が好きなことごまかさなくていいじゃない。
Darling, you don't need to hide your own love for cars, too. That was the moment when Gill's mother finally spoke. She looked quite apologetic, but there was a glint in her eyes that made it seem like she's actually enjoying this.
お前、その話は。
Let's leave this for another time.
え？父さんも車が好きだったの？ただの仕事人間じゃなくて？
No, wait, Dad, you love cars too? You own a company that works for cars and you actually like that? I just thought you were a workaholic who loved the company.
そうよ。お父さんたらとっても車が好きなの。でもそれを子供たちには隠そうとしてばっかりだったのよ。
Your father's a car nut. He just tried to hide it from you when you were brother were young.
それでは威厳がないではないか。 私は4代目 LCI 社社長なのだから、厳格にミーハー心は隠そうと。
Of course I did. The president of LCI has to look dignified. No one needs to know that I'm a car fanatic at heart.
そうね。でもそれがどうやらあだとなったみたいだもの。もう嘘をつかなくていいと思うの。
But it seems that you hiding that from the boys worked against you. No need to lie anymore. Maybe you could have just spent time with your sons every now and then. That might have probably helped too. Gil's mother smiles warmly as she places her hand over Gil's father's hand.
私も嘘をつくのはやめましょうね。あなた、私のことをもっと構ってくださらない？
Perhaps I should stop holding back
ず
as
っと
well.
寂しかったのだから。
Darling, why don't you spend more time with me? I've always been so lonely.
あ？
All three of us, aside from Gil's mother, covered our mouths in shock at the same time. Oh my god. Then we all looked at each other and then slowly turned to look at his mother. You were
お前
lonely.
は寂しかったの
We're
か？
lonely.
ええ、さっきギルが言っていた通り。あなたったら仕事ばっかりなんだもの。
Of course
寂
I
しかったのよ。
It's like Gil said, you were a workaholic. It's only natural that I became lonely.
でも、私は LCI 社社長夫人だもの。我慢強く良き妻でいようと思っていたの。
I know what it means to be the wife of LCI
ずいぶん
president.
長く我慢したわ。
I know what it means to be a good,
もういいでしょ。
patient wife, but I have been.
もちろんだ。というか、なんだ、見合いでの結婚だったから、てっきり私は愛されていないのかと。
Really? You've been married for however long, and this is... Oh. I always assumed that ours was a marriage of convenience since it was arranged and all.
あら、どうしてそんな勘違いをされたの？
How could you think I didn't love you, though?
だって私は婿養子だし、お前はあなたは車と結婚したかっただけねって言っていたから、会社目当てで婿に入ったと思っているんだと。
Well, you've always said that I just wanted to marry a car, so I assumed you thought I married you for the company. Oh, a twist! I didn't know Gil's father took on a family name and not his mother. The plot thickens. Not everything makes sense. Now everything makes sense. I can understand why Gil's father became such a workaholic. Because of his outsider status, the president of LCI, who had married into the family, would naturally face resistance. That's why Gil's father worked so hard. He wanted to prove himself. He was empowered by his love for cars. Yet in exchange, he thought his wife didn't love him and that their marriage was simply for convenience.
それにお前、別にあなたは家にいなくても平気ようだなんて言っていたじゃないか。
You always said it was fine if I didn't come
あ
home.
ら、そんなこと言ったかしら。
Did I say that?
ああ、確か国際自動車ショー関係で海外を飛び回っていた時に。
Darling, you even said it when I was traveling around the world for auto shows.
そんなことあったわね。でもあれは私に遠慮しないで楽しんできていらっしゃいって意味で言っただけよ。
I guess maybe that was me, but I didn't mean it always. I just meant that you shouldn't worry so much.
そうだったのか？てっきり嫌味かと。
Man, look at this. The game of miscommunication continues. That's what you meant? I thought you were just being sardonic.
まあそういう気持ちもあったかもしれないわ。だってあなたったら本当に車が好きなんだもの。
That might have been true, but it was only because I was jealous of how much you love cars.
だからそうね。寂しくて嫌味を言ってしまった時もあったかもしれないわ。
I suppose there were times my manners might have been a bit telling of how I
お
felt.
前。
Oh, darling. Seeing his mother melancholy smile made his father look regretful.
そうだったのか。それなのに私はお前の気持ちにすら気づかず。
I never noticed your true feelings. I was so oblivious.
でもね、それ以上に私は車が好きなあなたのことが好きだったの。
And
だから
somehow
今の今まで我慢してこられたの
I
よ。
still loved you and your love of cars. I think that's why I was able to endure feeling so lonesome. Gil's mother flashed a big, earnest smile, causing his father to be speechless. Gil's father covered his face with both his hands and heaved a deep, deep sigh.
私はなんて遠回りを。
I've taken such a long way around, haven't I? We're all the same in a way, Gil and myself, Galen and their father. We all keep reaching for what we thought was the right thing to do, yet all we did was run around in circles. Dad told me that by nature, humans are creatures filled with mistakes, yet humans also have the ability to right all of their wrongs too. Little late, but alright. There's always enough time, not always, when they look for it. As long as they realize that fact, things will turn out in their favor. Not always.
父さん、今度母さんとデート行っておいでよ。
Dad, take Mom out for a date.
そうだな。
Ah, good suggestion, son.
そうしようか。
Fine suggestion. The corner of his father's lips twitched in a smile. He glanced over to Gil's mother. His eyes were kind, even if he's only a Lovecraft by marriage. This was a man who was capable of crafting love.
嬉しいわ。でももう少し先で私は大丈夫よ。だってあなた本社をロサンヨークに移転する仕事で大忙しじゃない。
Oh my, that would be wonderful, darling, but we can hold off on that. We're too busy trying to move LCI to Lost York.
そうか。そうだったな。
You got a good point, darling. You're right.
ロサンヨークに本社を移転？どういうこと？
Moving LCI's headquarters to Lost York? What do you mean?
ああ。ボルトモアは工業的には良いのだが、やはり商業の中心はロサンヨークだからな。いい加減本社を移転しようと思っていたんだ。
Baltimore is good in terms of industrial needs, but Lost York beats all for business, which is why I want HQ here.
それで移転の際にゲイリーの社長就任も同時に進めようと思っていたんだが。
I was trying to make that move with Galen in mind as the president, but then Gil's father looked utterly defeated all over again. He placed a hand to his forehead.
そうだった。その商談で私がロサンヨークへ出かけている間にゲイリーには辞任駆け落ちされたんだった。
Well, you know, your brother resigned and then up and eloped all while I was en route to a business meeting here in Lost York.
そうだったんだ。というか移転の件なんで俺に教えてくれないんだよ。
See what happened? Dad, why didn't you tell me you had plans to move the headquarters?
連絡を絶っていたのはお前の方だろう。
Because you cut us off, Gil. You refused any form of contact.
そりゃそうだけどさ。
Oh yeah, you got a point. Gil looked up at the ceiling and heaves a sigh of his own.
いろいろと私が勝手に
Are we on the final list chapter? I just want to make sure. I'm not sure if the gap. Okay. Just seems like a
話を進
weird.
めてしまったからな。
I kind of look at it like the.
社長就任前が最後のチャンスだと思い駆け落ちをしたんだろうが。
I will admit to proceeding without consulting anyone. It's clear that Galen saw this as his last chance to escape things.
本当に私は悪い父親だな。子供たちの夢を知ろうともせず、すべて押し付けてばかりだ。
Truly, I'm ashamed to be your father. I didn't even notice your own dreams and ambitions.
ギルもすまなかった。そういえば、お前を役員に任命しようとしたときに、お前は反発して家を出たんだったな。
Gil, I am so sorry. I can see why you left. Can you? Left home right when I was about to appoint you as board member.
すまなかった。勝手に役員にしようとしたりせず、最初に話し合うべきだった。
From the bottom of my heart, I'm sorry. I should have talked to both of you boys before making such major decisions.
本当はお前が私の後を継いでくれたらどれだけいいか。だがお前は今やアウトロード社の社員だしな。
LCI would be better off if you succeeded me, but now you're an employee at Outroad. There's no change, is there? Gil's father looked at me with eyes full of regret while speaking his mind. His eyes are filled with hopes of his son succeeding him. I wonder what's going through Gil's mind right now. I glance at him and come to the conclusion that he knows what to do.
ね、いいかな。
Leah, should I do it? Of course, Gil. I already know what he's thinking just by looking at his eyes. Gil is someone who loves cars with all his heart. He is also someone who's been my protector and loves with the same heart. If he chooses this path, then things will work out, I'm sure of it.
あのさ、父さん。好きな人と結婚できるなら、俺、会社を継ぐよ。
Dad, if I can marry my beloved, then I'll succeed you in the company.
本当か?
Are you serious? Gil's father jolts from the table with renewed vigor. Gill nods in spite of his shock at his father's shining eyes.
俺が好きなのはこの子と車。それが世界の中心にあれば、どんな生き方でも嬉しいんだ。
Yes, I'm serious. I love her, but I also love cars. As long as they are the foundation of my world, I'll be happy.
そもそも家を出たのだって自由恋愛したかったからって言ったでしょ。本当に俺、その気持ちしかなかったんだ。
I left home because I wanted to find love for myself. That was the biggest reason. So now, I'm fine.
役員に反発していたのだって、役員になったら勝手に婚約者を決められるって思っていたからだった。
I only pushed back against being on the board because I assumed you had already decided on a fiancé for me.
それに俺、うちの車好きだしさ。この手でそれが守れるなら、やっぱり嬉しいんだ。
But I love LCI cars. If I can protect them with my own two hands, then I would be the happiest man alive. Gil smiles and looks at both of his parents with no hesitation.
アウトロード社の人もさ、説明すればきっとみんな分かってくれると思うんだ。
I'm sure everyone at Outroad would understand my decision.
そもそも俺の名前がラブクラフトって時点ですでにある程度察してる雰囲気あったし。
After all, my name is Lovecraft. They kinda knew. I think everyone was just trying to be polite and not mention it.
ギル、本当にそう思ってくれるの？あなたは無理をしていない？
Sweetie, is that what you really want? You're not forcing yourself to bend to your father's will, are you?
ちゃんと考えていったよ。それにさ、ちょっと前にいろいろあったんだけど、その時に知ったんだ。何よりも彼女が大切だって。
I thought about it, and I know what I want to do, so much has happened, but now I just want to protect her above all else.
だから、彼女を守れるなら、そばにいられるなら、俺は何にだってなれるって思ったんだ。
If I can protect her and have her at my side, I can rise to the occasion. Gil smiles bashfully as we gently twine our fingers together.
前に彼女に自分の夢を追ってって言われたこともある。それで自分がやりたいことをきちんと考えた。
A long time ago, she told me to chase my dreams, so recently I've been thinking about what I want to do with my life.
でもやっぱり俺は俺なんだ。失恋パラサイトで愛が思いまんまのギル・ラブクラフトだった。
I'm still the same person. In fact, I'm still Gill Lovecraft, the lovelorn parasite who loves with everything he has.
俺が俺らしく生きるって言うなら、多分彼女を愛し続けるのが一番なんだと思う。だから俺はちゃんと彼女を守れる男になりたい。
If there's a chance for me to live as who I am, then I want to. I want to keep protecting her and loving her as well.
男として一人前になって逃げてきたものと向き合いたいって思ったんだ。俺はまだ実家から逃げていたから。
I know I ran away from my responsibilities before, but I won't run away any longer. I'll face everything head on. Oh, Gil. Oh, Gil. I look at Gil and silently ask him if he's sure, but his gaze is determined. He stares directly at me and smiles. He says that this path would make him the happiest and nothing will change that. Gill Lovecraft has his eyes on a bright future. In a way, it's frightening how much influence I have on him, yet I'm still so happy that his love for me is passionate. Loves me
確か
so
に文章を
passionately.
書くのも好きだよ。 でも別にそれはアウトロード社にいなきゃできないことじゃない。
I love writing, but I don't have to write at Outroad.
俺の名前はラブクラフトだし、子供の頃から車を作るのも見るのも大好きだったからさ。
I'm a Lovecraft down to my bones. I love to create and look at cars. I have since I was a kid.
大好きなものを守りたい。
I
ラ
relate
ブクラ
around
フ
the
ト家
same
も彼女
conversation.
も。俺にその力がある
You
のな
want
ら
to take over.
それを選びたいんだ。
Wanted a girlfriend. We've done this. I want to protect that passion, our family name, and her. I want to do it in a way that will give me the strength to do it. Gill smiles again and looks directly at his father. There was no more hesitation in his gaze. Gill had always avoided talking about his family. Now he's talking so earnestly despite his clash with his father. In the end, Gill still stood up to himself and crafted his own future. All I can do is happily support him.
ギル、そうか。そう言ってくれるか。
Son, you really will do this for us? Gill's parents look at him with a mixture of bewilderment and hope. His parents talked openly about what will be expected of him if he's to become the 5th generation president of LCI. They're pleased that Gill will succeed his father, but there's still a lot of issues. Galen, his brother, just resigned. There's the possibility of LCI's reputation being damaged. There's also the matter of moving the HQ to Lost York. It's a big company, so naturally there's differing opinions. Gill and his father talked with one another as if making up for all the time they've lost, which is their entire lives, by the way, because they had a terrible life together. And after his father finishes speaking, Gill smiles. I know that, he says. That pause where he was blinking, so it was like half open. And from there, Gill quit Outroad and officially is appointed the role of president of LCI. Everyone at Outroad said, I knew this would happen. There were lots of smiles as they saw him off. We went together to share the news with Galen. He ended up sobbing out of joy and hugged Gill while fervently thanking him. As thanks, Galen fed us loads of his prototype burgers. They were all so good that I'm sure his shop will turn out fine. Were any of them crab cakes, though? After that, Gill attended a press conference about his new role. Now he works day in and day out to help move LCI to Lost York. Every day had a new hectic surprise, but Gill and I still find time to eat together. That moment of bliss is like the calm eye of a storm. It's our peaceful promise to each other. All around us, life continues to change, but our meals together are the only thing that stays the same. You guys should probably try eating something different at night. Same. Change it up a little bit.
ああ、疲れた。
I'm beat. Gill came back late that day and flopped down on the sofa. Come on, let's get you changed, Gill. Your suit's gonna get wrinkles.
わかってる。
They're still living in this 2-bedroom apartment, guys. I know. He replies with a sleepy tone as he turns onto his side. He has this glassy look in his eyes as he glances at me.
ねえ、こっち来て。
This intense fanfare. Come closer. He asks me in this coercing tone of his. Of course, there's no way I can deny him. I could. I approach him and go down on my knees. Gill reaches out and embraces me.
ああ、生き返る。
So worth it. Oh, you. I pat Gill on his head, whisper a prayer for his health and rejuvenation. Gill closes his eyes and takes a deep, relaxing breath. It's as if he's unwinding and enjoying my touch.
ああ、幸せだ。このまま寝たい。
I feel so happy I could fall asleep right here, right now. No sleeping. What about dinner? And you need to take a bath too.
1秒でも長く君とくっついている方がいい。
I'd rather be with you than eat or bathe right now, just a second longer. He mutters that with a tired voice, all while rubbing his nose on my neck. That tickles my neck, so I twist away while patting Gill's arm. Come on, Gill, I made crab cakes for dinner, and I know that it's your favorite. Let's go eat them together.
やったー。でも、もう少しだけ。
Just 5 more minutes, my love. rubs my neck like Chi likes to do. Ever since we confessed and affirmed our love for one another, he doesn't hold back with touching me now. It feels like he's making up for lost time. I've become his girlfriend and his body pillow. He does this every day. I'm honestly thrilled though. Are you? That doesn't look thrilled. But my heartbeat always speeds up whenever he does this. I get so overwhelmed by how much my love controls me. But when I was still naive, I didn't think anything was wrong when I tried to take a bath with Gill.
ねえ、久しぶりに一緒にお風呂入らない？
Like it was yesterday, Gill. How about we take a bath together? It's been a while since we shared one. Ah! He mentioned the bath like he was reading my mind. I was utterly shocked at his question.
君と一緒に入りたいな。
I want to share one with you. Hold on, we have to eat dinner. Plus, you need rest. You'll ruin your health if you don't go to sleep earlier.
君は風呂に一緒に入ったら早く眠れないって思ってるんだ。
Think I'll sleep like a log if I get to take a bath with you. Oh, you. He giggles playfully and runs his fingers through my hair. He sounds like Mathis right now, I just realized. I know what will happen if I take a bath with you, Gill, but I think I've dug my own grave here.
でもさ、俺ももう限界なんだ。そろそろ君が欲しい。
I'm at my limits, bro. You just got home, my guy. And I want you so bad. Okay, well. Yep. Gill had pulled me on top of him while laying on the sofa, but now he's picked up and flipped me over. I don't even know. Please show me. He pushed me into the sofa. Now I was on bottom and Gill was on top. Now I'm confused.
別に風呂じゃなくてもいいや。どこでも俺は君を愛せるからさ。
Oh, we don't have to get messy in the bath. I can love you anywhere. Gill. I was about to change the topic back to dinner, but suddenly Gill's lips press against my own. Oh, I hate that sound. Alright. To tell you the truth, I actually have a day off tomorrow. Kind of rare for me, no? How about we go on a date? A rare day off and Gill wants to go on a date. It feels like a treat. I open my eyes even though we're still kissing. Are you for real? You mean I get you all to myself all day?
うん。君も明日休みだったでしょ？だから無理やりもぎ取った。
All day, my love. And you have a day off tomorrow too, don't you? Truth be told, that's why I put in for PTO. He put in PTO. That's not even a day off. He requested it off. Oh, that's wonderful. Joy fills my entire heart. I embrace Gill from beneath him. We can be together all day tomorrow, just the two of us. The thought of that makes me so happy.
ああ、もうだからさ、そんなに可愛いことしちゃダメだよ。せっかくこれでも我慢しようと思ってたのに。
Look at how cute you are. You're so happy. Gosh, I was already having enough trouble holding back. Gill grumbles something to himself as he starts to kiss me again. What did Gill say? Something like, not yet? I wanted to ask him, but his lips won't relent. Let's double check what his voice is. It sounds a little familiar, but you know what? That happens so often. All hails Paris, guys. I gotta watch that. Let's see. I wish this was better oriented for me. Actually, it can be. I'm so silly. I'm not. He does acting. There's a lot of acting. Let's see. I doubt he is Mathis, but you know, he could be somebody else. Diabolic Lovers. I don't know what Tokyo Chronos is, but now I want to play it. Pio4, haven't played that yet. Shirashi. I don't think he sounded like Shirashi. By that I mean I don't think he used the same voice. Shirashi's kind of, I don't know, eviler sounding. Is that why I have this? He did so much Diabolic Lovers. Interesting. How many Diabolic Lovers are there? Snowbound Land. I want to play that so bad. If they announced Snowbound Land for the US, I would have to drop everything I'm doing just to play it. Yeah, just Shirashi. I wanted to ask him, but his lips won't relent. All I can feel is the sweet, fiery kiss that threatens to melt my core. That and Gill's lips descending onto my throat and chest. His eyes are so dark and serious. I was enthralled by his gaze. I can sense all my thoughts fading into nothingness. Gill has a day off tomorrow. He promised that we'll go on a date. Somehow, I don't think I'll make it if we kept at it. He's so focused that he didn't even give me enough time to voice my opinion. On the sofa, we express our love to each other. Our fingers weren't enough. Instead, we communicated with our bodies. What a weird way. In the end, we take a bath together. It was just like the day we officially became lovers. I have doubts. Oh. And the next day, Gil and I have our promise date. Actually, it's been a while since we went out together. Now that I think about it, this is our first date since we formally started dating. Weird. Oh, we're going to the movies? Oh, Gil, you're already here. I hope I didn't make you wait too long, did I?
今来たところだよ。
No worries, I just arrived. Gil suggested that we meet outside despite the fact that we live together, and actually, we met up elsewhere. I have the hiccups again. Today's meeting place was somewhere memorable. Back in college, we worked as part-timers at this theater on 2nd Avenue.
なんだギル、お前30分もここで待ってたじゃないか。てっきり振られたんだと思ってたが。
Come on, Gil. We both know you've been here for half an hour. I actually thought you got rejected all over again.
ちょっとオーナー、バラさないでよ。
I knew it. Gil said he still has a habit of arriving early. This morning, he said he needed to drop in the office, so he left ahead of me. Here, I thought I'd be the one waiting for him. But this is just business as usual for Gil. At least he didn't send a wall of text ahead of time.
本当にお前は全然変わらないな。見た目だけは一人前になったみたいだが。
The same kid as always, so you've grown a bit. You look like a real adult now.
そうですよ。俺は全然変わらないんです。あの頃からちっとも。
I'm still the same guy as back then. Gil's lip curves up in a knowing smile as he takes my hand.
変わらない方がいいこともあるんです。例えば、彼女への思いとかさ。
Sometimes not changing is for the best. After all, I didn't change my love for her.
なんだお前たち。
Oh, you two finally got
ようやくくっつ
together.
いたのか。
俺たちが当時付き合ってなかったこと知っててあんなからかい方してたんですか？
You already know that. You liked to tease me back then knowing we weren't
お
together.
前の反応が面白くてな。
Yeah, because your reaction was priceless. Ugh, young love.
はあ、性格悪いオーナーだよ、まったく。
Quite the personality owner.
まあいいや、映画を見よう。
Anyways, let's go catch that movie. Yes, please. The place we met was Landon. With memories from our time in college, our date felt like a blast from the past. We watched a movie. Then we went on a walk in the campus courtyard. Back then, I didn't understand Gil's feelings at all. Now we walk together with mutual affection. Afterwards, we walk all around Lost York together. It's only 10 streets long, so it's not too bad. By nighttime, we arrive at the amusement park. Whoa, everything's glowing this time. Can't tell. The night view is amazing. Coming here at night was a great idea. I was so busy cooing over the amusement park. Thankfully, Gil was looking relieved.
よかった。君ならそう言って喜んでくれるんじゃないかって思ってたんだ。
Thank goodness. I had a feeling you'd love it.
それで、大学の頃から君とここに来たいって思ってた。ようやく来られて嬉しいよ。
I wanted to come here with you since we were students. I'm glad we could finally come together. Gil squints as if reflecting on the past, but his eyes shine with a hint of
こう
sadness.
して君と来られる日が来るなんて思わなかった。だから、 本当に嬉しいんだ。
I didn't think we'd be able to come here today, but being here with you makes me really happy. He gestures at me while expressing his heartfelt emotions. I couldn't help but smile in return. Well, if that's what you were thinking, you could have invited me here sooner.
そうだよな。でも俺にとって因縁の場所みたいになっちゃって
You're
さ、
not wrong.
ハードルが上がっちゃったんだ。
Still, this place hasn't been the luckiest for me. Oh yeah, this is the place where he told her to meet him, and she didn't get the letter. What do you mean by that?
俺の早とちりと遠回りの場所なんだ、ここは。
This is the place where I jumped to conclusions and started taking the long way around to get to you, if you understand. Yeah, you wrote a letter, put it in a book, assumed she'd see it, assumed she stood you up, and then got mad at her. Gill hesitated, then looked directly at me. When I saw his gentle stare, my heart skipped a beat. His eyes were so kind, but there was determination in his clear gaze.
でももう逃げないって決めたから、ここに君を連れてこようって思ったんだ。
But I decided I would never run away again. That's why I brought you to the amusement park today. Oh, Gill. He takes my hand and gently pulls me close. For a moment, I thought Gill would kiss me, but then he covers my eyes with a blindfold for some reason. This is not the place for that. What? I sense the CG is coming, so I'm going to put the chapstick on first. All right.
だから、ちょっと目をつむってもらっていい？俺のやりたいことに付き合ってもらいたいんだ。
Can you close your eyes for a moment? She's got a blindfold on, my guy. Please play along with me for a moment, if you don't mind. Sure, I don't mind. I nod my agreement and hear an audible gulp from Gill.
だから、その素直さは反則だよ。変なことしたくなる。
Where are you going? Be polite. Being so polite like that is cheating. It really puts me in a mood. What kind of mood? Because we're in the middle of a public place.
もういいから、あんまり俺の前で無防備に
Play
ならない
coy
で
with
よ。
me. Well, no matter what, I trust you. I know you'd never do anything to hurt me.
しないとも言い切れないから言ってるの。
I'm glad you have so much faith in me, but there's no guarantee that I won't act out. You should probably not act out. I could hear a mix of bashfulness and mild irritation in Gil's voice, yet I felt a thrill hearing him talk like that. Unlike my time in college, I'm no longer ignorant. I know how to tease Gill and play with him too. Gill Lovecraft is my one and only love. I think I have a pretty good grasp on how he would want to tease me too. That's why he'll continue to look at me when he's feeling playful. I feel so happy that I wanted to tease him in return. But I also know that overdoing it will raise the stakes even. So instead of starting something I can't finish, I go along with his whim and let him guide me by hand. Soon I hear the hiss of a machine moving, a door opens.
足元段差、気を
Watch
つ
your
けて。
step, okay? Sure. I can't see where I'm going since my eyes are covered and closed, but for some reason, I didn't feel any worry. Gill guides me by the hand deep inside my heart. I trust Gill not to betray me. His warm hand always guides me everywhere. His kind hand will take me to some unknown wonderful place. We go up the steps, and then Gill asks me to sit down. Once seated, I hear a door close. I hear something rustle, like Gill was taking something out. Then I heard him take a deep breath.
よし。目隠し、取っていいよ。
You've got this. Gill, you can do this. All right, you can take off the blindfold now. Gill seems more nervous than me, and I couldn't even see. I wonder what his deep breaths were for as I removed the blindfold, then eyes wide open, I froze. What I saw in front of me was a man with a ring. It better be. Okay.
はい。
I hit the wrong button.
はい。
Leah. Gill Lovecraft held out a ring with a quiet smile. The diamond in the center was like the brightest star in Earth's sky, and it was shaped like a car. Gill was dressed up like we were in a movie proposal, and that beautiful ring was in a box that he held out before me.
俺と結婚してください。
Will you marry me? I gasp. My hands fly over my mouth. Could this be? No, there's no other answer. It has to be, maybe, a real proposal. I see. So what lies ahead for our happy life is marriage. Cupid is a god capable of making people fall in love. On the other hand, Juno is the god who reigns over marriage. When I was at Cupid Corpse, I thought I had to care for all of the members up to their marriage, but that wasn't right. Marriage is a promise. It's a promise to spend eternity together, a promise made between two souls. I never even imagined that there would be a day when I, Cupid, would get married. That was because I was the real deal Cupid. But now I'm just a human woman who was Cupid. Dad told me that if I fall in love, I will become fully human. That's why I'm just a human woman now. It's because I've chosen to live my life with my beloved Gill Lovecraft. How could I not see that the end result of falling in love would be marriage? I didn't imagine that step in our path together. I'm still so ignorant of so many things, and too reliant on Gill. He's more like the god Cupid. He's more like the god Cupid than I ever could be. I felt so many emotions swirling in my heart. The biggest was happiness. I felt on the verge of tears. Oh, I feel so happy.
本当?
Surely? Gill looked relieved. It's like he was prepared for the possibility of rejection.
実は心配だったんだ。父さんたちの前で一回セミプロポーズしちゃってたしさ。
I was kind of worried. I even practiced in front of my parents just to get things right.
君に喜んでもらえるか、一生のプロポーズにできるかって悩んでて、この日のためにたくさんプランを練ったんだ。
I didn't know if I could pull this off perfectly for you. You don't know how many plans I've made just for today. Then again, Gill did say something like this in front of his father. Gill told his father that he would love me for the rest of his life, and yet never in my wildest dreams did I imagine we'd marry. I thought that was in the far-flung future. I had imagined that future without myself in it. But now I'm going to marry Gill.
ね、指輪をつけていい?
Want to try on the ring? Yes. Gill nods and takes my hand so we can put the ring on my finger. The ring shines in the nighttime light and my vision blurs. I'm so happy. Thank you, my love.
俺こそプロポーズに答えてくれてありがとう。
I should be thanking you. You're the one who said yes. Gill smiles, the same innocent smile with a bit of teeth. He looks like the cat that got the
君を愛してる。
Tries to say
一生大切にするよ。
Leah, I love you so much. I promise to make you as happy as I can for the rest of our lives. He gently took my left hand and kisses the back of it. Then Gill looks up at me with the unabashed look of love shine on his eyes. I feel as if I could make a home with that warm gaze. Gill and I will always be together. We'll face everything that comes our way. We'll always be by each other's side. Through trials and tribulations, come what may, we will hold true to the oath we swear by our promise in our hearts. Why? Because we know that no matter what, we have one another. We can face anything so long as we face it together. Gill and I take one another's hands and kiss, welcoming the next step of our lives together. Did I do it? Okay, great. I'm just gonna turn it off for the song because the song's always loud. Guess I can skip this. Can I? I can? Whoa, I can skip it. Scarily so.
Good morning. You're watching News 1 to 10. Love Letter for You, written by Gill Lovecraft, who was newly appointed as CEO of LCI Inc. last month, has sold over 6 million copies. LCI Inc. just moved its head office to Los Angeles, New York. Expectations for a shift in management strategy with a new CEO have increased, along with the stock price.
Success.
Hi! Here's the topic for today's funny news. Gill Lovecraft's book, Love Letter for You, just released on the 1st of this month and is a hot topic. Maybe thanks to that, rumors that you can find love while riding in an LCI car are going viral on social media. Also, Gill Lovecraft's book, Love Letter for You, has been nominated for the Nobel Literature Award.
Hmm. これがテレビというものか。
So this is what they call TV.
まったく、珍しく私の部屋に来たと思ったら、このニュースが見たかったってわけね。どう？テレビって便利でしょ？
You just came by so you could use my TV to watch news, huh? Surely now you can see how convenient it is.
確かに便利だな。これで娘の夫となる人間の動向がよくわかる。
I can't deny it, plus I can figure out just what kind of human my daughter's husband is.
だが、車に乗るだけで恋が成就するなどとは解せぬな。そんなもの、勘違いに決まっている。
Yet why do these mortals think a car will aid in their relationship? I don't understand what strange logic.
それがね、調査したんだけれど、本当っぽいのよ。
Actually, I decided to look into that myself. Turns out it's true.
キューピッドの金の矢がどこに行ったのか、ちゃんと私調べていたの。そしたら、あの子たちの車に刺さってたのよ。
I've been trying to track down the location of the golden arrow, and believe it or not, apparently it's stuck in one of their cars.
車。
It's in a car.
で、その車ったら、今や LCI 社本社の象徴みたいな感じで、車の展示場の真ん中に置いてあって。
That specific car is kind of like the symbol of LCI. It's being displayed right in the middle of their headquarter lobby.
周囲の車に、キューピッドの恋の矢の影響が出ちゃってるみたいなのよ。
And more than that, any other car like it is also affected by the golden arrow.
つまり、本当に LCI 社の車にキューピッドの矢の効果が現れているということか。
So you liken LCI's vehicles to the golden arrow.
そうなのよ。だから多分 LCI 社の車に乗ると恋が成就するってのはあながち嘘じゃないわ。
Exactly, which means that riding around in an LCI car really can improve your relationship.
しかもあの車には変な魂が宿ってるせいで簡単に矢が取り外せなくなっちゃったし。
And get this, somehow the car itself seems to have gained a soul, so removing the arrow isn't as easy as you might think.
なんならあの車、夜中に勝手に動き出して恋結びをしちゃってるみたいよ。
In fact, apparently the car has been sneaking out at night to engage in a bit of matchmaking all of its own.
何？そうなのか？
You can't be serious.
ええ。だから当分、次のキューピッドは生まれないでしょうね。あの車がキューピッドになっちゃったんだから。
It's strange, I know, but this means there won't be a next Cupid anytime soon because technically that car is the next Cupid.
まあ、人間の結婚率が上昇するならば、それもまたありということか。
Well, if that truly increases marriage rates among humanity, I suppose that's all well and good.
ありなのかしら。
Is it?
ありだ。娘の夫の会社の車が売れるならな。
It's yes, because it would mean that my beloved daughter's husband's company will see much fortune.
とんだ親バカね。軍神マーズが娘にベッタベタに甘いなんて、一体誰が信じるかしら。
You really are just a big softy, aren't you? Who would have guessed the god of war would dote on his daughter so much?
少なくとも人間どもは想像できんだろうな。神話での私といえば、 荒くれ者なのだから。
Certainly not humanity, that's for sure. They always think of me as some barbaric ruffian. I sort of say that like I keep giving her a voice.
そのイメージ壊さない方がいいわよ。幻滅されちゃ。
Maybe it's better to keep that image. You wouldn't want to disappoint them now, would you?
ところで、そろそろ人間界に行かなきゃいけないんじゃない？
Speaking of which, don't you think it's about time for you to head down to the human realm yourself?
ああ、そうだな。ヴィーナスももう向かっているというし。行くか。
Yes, Venus mentioned that she was already headed there ahead of me. It's 'tis time for my departure.
娘の結婚式にな。
This is my daughter's wedding day after all. A bright ray of sunshine dazzles throughout the entire wedding hall. I glimpse the world through my wedding veil as I stand next to Gill holding a fragrant bouquet. Today, we're here together at the Cupid Corporation wedding hall, but I'm not present as a bridal advisor. Instead, I'm the bride and I'm here to take my vows with Gill.
新郎ギル。汝、健やかなる時も、やめる時も、止める時も、貧しい時も、夫として愛し、敬い、慈しむことを誓いますか？
Gill, do you promise to stand by her at all times, good, bad, or otherwise, to honor her, respect her, and love her?
誓います。
I do.
神父。汝、健やかなる時も、やめる時も、止める時も、貧しい時も、妻として愛し、敬う。
I do.
それではこれにて、お二人は夫婦となりました。
Then I now pronounce you husband and wife. You may kiss the bride.
はい。
Yes. I can hear the edge of nervousness in Gill's voice as he pulls up my veil. He quickly glances towards the guest in attendance. I'm sure he's feeling a bit bashful since his family is here. When we're alone, he's so different. Gill can be really confident. I smile and close my eyes, and sensation of our lips meeting and pressing together fills my mind. As quickly as those thoughts come, the kiss ends. It was more of a peck than a genuine kiss. Out in the audience, the attendants were whispering about how cute and charmingly chaste it was. Gill isn't pure at all, though. You should see him when we're alone. The officiant guides us through the exchange our rings, and then we step up onto the altar. There, we sign our marriage certificate. Gill and I exchange a glance, then sign our names. Gill Lovecraft, a mirror. Our names are written on there in ink. But actually, my real name is Cupid. Can't sign that, though. Auntie saved me once again by using her divine powers to create my census registration. That's why I have this name. I wonder if this is really okay. I felt like bringing that up, but when I noticed Dad is in the audience openly sobbing into a handkerchief, actually a third of the attendees at our wedding are gods. The remaining 2/3 look on in shock at how those hidden gods are dressed as they attend the wedding. But if the gods are fine with things, then there's no problem. After all, they're the creators of the world. Right now, the only thing that matters to me is Gill Lovecraft and his presence next to me. We then held the wedding reception, cutting the wedding cake together made for a wonderful memory. We even prepared a blue cheesecake for fun. After cutting the cake, Gill's former colleagues at Outroad were playfully teasing him and living it up. I felt a bit sad that Clarice wasn't at my wedding, but I assumed she was watching from afar. Then, with everyone watching, we got into our car. It felt like a scene straight out of the movies I always used to watch with Auntie. And then we flew to a destination wedding in our car. Oh. That's cute. I like her dress. I like that it's 2 colors. I like the bow. There is like something in my eye right now. Her hair is also hecka cute. I don't remember if her hair was like that for her other. I could check. I have the power of previous screenshots on my favor. What did her wedding dress look like for her previous wedding? It was blue. Okay. It had pearls in her hair. I guess we could do a side by side when we're done. Snow white flower petals dance in the air. As the flowers showered everyone, Gill and I wave from the car. Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much. Congrats. Congratulations to both of you. Yeah, congrats. You have my most heartfelt blessings. Cupid, my darling. Congratulations. Eros, congratulations.
娘よ、幸せに。
My beloved daughter, may you be blessed with lifelong happiness. Dad's still weeping. Such a softie. Even though we're not related by blood, we're family through and through. And now Gill will also be my family too. Until I met Gill, I didn't think much of love. I regarded him as a guardian. But after spending time with him and learning about who he is, my feelings towards Gill started to change. I was Cupid, yet I didn't know what love was. Gill taught me all about it. He's always been like family to me, but now Gill's truly family. I hope we can build a family rooted in love together. Shall we go, Mrs. Lovecraft? Let's hit the road! Doot doot! Alright, Gill takes off, cans dragging behind the car, making a merry noise. As if responding to that sound, Bumblebug honked the horn joyfully. Wasn't ready for that, sorry. Cupid! Cupid, come home whenever you feel sad. I hope we can watch movies together again someday, my sweet Cupid. With a high-spirited departure, I'll always remember this moment. Finally. Gill's sigh is full of emotion. He spent the entire drive glancing at me from time to time. We're finally married. Gill whispers that while running his fingers over the wedding ring on his hand. You're truly my wife. I am. I nod and glance at my wedding ring as well. They're a matching set right now. Mine is glimmering in the sun.
大学の時に俺がラブクラフトって名前をからかわれたことを覚えてる？
Do you remember how I used to be teased for my name in college? Your name?
うん。君は俺のファミリーネームを好きだって言ってくれたんだ。
Yeah, Lovecraft. But you remember you said you liked it.
あの時から俺は君と同じ名前になりたいって思ってたんだよ。
From then on, I so desperately wanted to share a family name with you. Oh yes.
俺のファミリーネームは関係ないだろ？え？あ。
Not doing flashbacks even if it's the final scene. Wow, that memory sure takes me back to when I was still so naive. I guess we really did talk about that, huh?
でもようやく一緒になれた。もうこれで失恋パラサイトとはお別れだ。
We're together now. I'm no longer Gill Lovecraft, the lovelorn parasite. Gill smiled a bit sheepishly.
今度は俺、キューピッドパラサイトになるかも。
In fact, I might become the Cupid parasite now. Cupid? Gill doesn't mean the good god of matchmaking. He means me. Parasite, an organism that lives in or on an organism of another species. That's what that word means. And yet at the same time, a parasite coexists with another too.
一緒に生きていこう。俺の可愛い奥さん。
Let's make a life together, Leah. Yes, let's. I hope we'll always be together, Gill.
うん。もう逃がさないよ。
Of course, now that I've got you, I won't let you go. Won't let me go. Normally that kind of statement would be a bit scary to hear. Wouldn't it? But then Gill says it. When Gill says it, it comes with the sound of happiness.
さあ、ブーケを投げようか。
Should we throw the bouquet now? I thought we were already in the car. Sure! Previously on Parasite House, Gill fell over on TV while trying to grab a wedding bouquet. This time, we're throwing the bouquet and there's no falling involved. Under the bright, shining sun, the bouquet soars through the air. This toss symbolizes our shared happiness. Gill and I are in the car with Cupid's arrows stuck in it. I, the former Cupid, am throwing a wedding bouquet, all in hopes of gifting love to everyone. In that moment, I prayed that everyone would find their happiness.
君のラブタイプもアガペだったんだね。相性バッチリだなんて最高に嬉しいよ。やっぱりこの再会は必然だったんだ。一生大切にするから、ずっと俺だけの天使でいてください。大好き。
Okay, so our love type is crazy, amazing, good. Something, something, something. I like it.
イベントビューへようこそ。
I did it.
神話について語り合おう。
Can I do this? Can I not? Oh no. It's not what I meant to do. Sometimes you can pick a scene and like pick the level of like in it. Like
DA536E ギャラリーの僕を見て顔面偏差値上げたら
I was hoping I could get the this one without much effort. I might have to put some effort into it. Okay.
Hi, イベントビューへようこそ。神話について語り合おう。
Trying to see if there's options on there. Okay, let's see.
ロードするのか。ああ、構わない。どの瞬間でも私は SS だからな。
Let's see. We're just gonna pick a random part and start picking the wrong answers and see what happens. Let's see. Flow chart. Earnest music. Oh, this is so far in the beginning. I might have gone too far back. All right, we'll see. I think I'm fine. Oh, me? I think I'm fine. I don't have anyone to shop for.
機会がないからって見てないとセンスが落ちるんだよ。興味ぐらい持ったら
If you don't take every chance to see what's out there, your artistic taste will never develop. Show some interest, would you? Sorry. He got to the quick as usual. I guess something won't change even though he's no longer a Cupid member. Still, we're engaging in a conversation. That's different. I'm just gonna see if I can pick answers I don't think are right and see if I can get to a bad ending.
だっていつの間
Could be possible. Gotta be in denial the whole time. I already picked that option before.
だからきっとあれがギルの手紙だ。
I guess it really was from a cutie diner customer. Please stop.
うん。
Save. Just to have a save, sort of. We're gonna keep skipping. We're just picking the options I don't think he liked. We could end up on another route, actually.
よし、よし。
Even after arriving home, I was still on cloud 9 because she went so silent. She said yes. Now we're going to prom together. From my perspective, we're pretty much a couple now.
当日はちゃんとエスコートしなきゃ。それで最後に告白だ。彼女、前は一緒に頑張りたいって言ってたと思ったけれど、きっと恋
I
人
wanted
と
to fast
友
forward
達で
just
は
in case
違
it
うん
was
だ。
trying to act. That's when he decided to change his entire personality. And it turned out they were using voice recorders. LOL. I'll clean the bathroom. I already did that. In the end, I was so focused on the movie that I didn't notice Gil snuck to do the dishes. Oh, is this the end of a chapter? Why did that make me stop? Another happy ending? Question mark. Did I get a bad one? Did I? I might have. So, like I said, there was a bunch of bad endings. Let's see. Flow chart. Yeah, I'm on another happy ending. Okay. And from there, life's been good ever since we invited Gil to live here. We can't function without him handling all the housework. He does it all without complaints and does everything perfect the first time. The room is spotless, the clothes are always clean, plus Gil's cooking is always a delight. Living with him is like living in paradise. I it didn't take long for me to come to that conclusion. I don't want to go to work. For the first time ever, I didn't want to actually go to work. Of course, that was due to the rain. I didn't want to head out into the muck to do all that troublesome work. I'd rather stay in bed. Plus, I just generally didn't want to go to the office. I'd rather be lazy at home. Quietly, I think about how little I want to matchmake despite that being my calling. Even more so, I think about my bed.
おーい、そろそろ起きないと間に合わなくなるよ。
Yeah, you better wake up or you'll be late. Gil, come here.
どうしたの？そんな困った声出して。
Is everything okay? Your voice sounds so soft. I don't want to get out of bed. I shift around the blankets and peer up at Gil. His eyes go wide before he burst out laughing.
そっか。なら行かなくていいんじゃない？
You don't have to. Are you kidding?
うん、別に行く必要ないでしょ。ほら、風邪ひいたってことにして有給使えばいいん
Fallen
じゃ
sick
ない？
and use some PTO. I just so happen to have less work today. I guess I won't cause any problems if I just took the day off. I wonder if it's okay to take a day off without notice as I enjoy the feeling of my head being patted from above my cover.
じゃあ、ますます大丈夫だよ。あの会社、福利厚生しっかりしてるしさ。俺が代わりに電話しておくよ。
Well, now there's no excuse. Cupid Corp has pretty stellar benefits. I'll call in for you. Are you sure, Gil?
もちろんだよ。君に頼られて嬉しいぐらい
Of
さ。
course, always happy to help. Gil smiles pleasantly and then contacts my office and puts in PTO on my behalf.
さて、これで大丈夫だ。思う存分寝ておいで。
Now you can sleep to your heart's content without any worries. Thank you, Gil. Gil pats my head a few more times before leaving my room. There's nothing like the bliss of staying in bed all day. It's heaven. I yawn a little bit and wrap the blanket around me tighter before closing my eyes. That was the day that it all began. At first, it was just one day off playing hooky. Little did I know that that was the beginning of a great tragedy. I don't want to go to work today. My first taste of that forbidden fruit had me hooked. I started crying in front of Gil all the time.
別に行かなくていいよ。ゆっくり今日は休んでいいよ。
You don't have to go to work today. You can just rest your eyes and have a day off. I I just recently took a day off.
大丈夫だって。俺が電話しておくよ。
It's okay, don't you worry. I'll call in for you. I have to go be an actual adult today.
別に行かなくていいよ。というか、君はずっと家にいていいんだよ。会社も辞めちゃおうよ。
You don't have to go in. Stay here and let me take care of you. Don't even have to keep your job. I'm Cupid.
大丈夫だよ。家にいてゆっくり休もう。ほら、俺も結構稼げるようになったしさ。お金のことは心配しないで。
Of course you are, but still, you should rest and make enough to cover us both. All you need to do is relax.
君が望むことは何でもやりたいんだ。俺に尽くさせてよ。
I want to make sure you know how much you mean to me. Waiting on you hand and foot is joy for me.
それに俺、君がこうして寝たり休んだりしてるのが好きだからさ。ね。
Besides,
大丈夫だって。
You're so cute when you're at peace. I love seeing you well rested. Gill's soothing words are like the devil on my shoulder whispering fiendishly into my ear. I can't resist not any longer. His honeyed words make it so easy to just give in. So I quit my job. I started to stay home all day, letting Gill pamper me to my heart's content. I can feel myself becoming more idle by the day.
そんなところで寝てたら風邪ひいちゃうよ。ほら、髪乾かしてあげるから、ちょっと来て。
If you sleep there, you'll end up catching a cold. Come on, sit up so I can dry your hair.
ご飯作ったよ。クッキーもチーズケーキも焼いたんだ。
I made you something to eat. I even baked cookies and cheesecake. Want a bite to eat?
掃除も洗濯もしておいたよ。君はゆっくり寝てて。あ、映画も借りてこようか。
There we go. All the cleaning and laundry are done, so you can just sleep. Maybe I should just rent a movie for us too.
大丈夫。君は何もしなくていいよ。そばにいてくれるだけで俺は幸せなんだ。
Don't you lift a finger. I'll take care of everything. You just continue to be by my side, okay? This is bad.
喉乾いた？うん、すぐ買ってくるね。他に欲しいものある？ポテトチョップス？了解。
Are you thirsty? I can go buy something while I'm out. Is there anything else you want? Some chips? You got it.
君が見たがってた映画また借りてきたよ。動画配信サービスにも入っておいたから、これでいつでも家で映画が見られるよ。
It's on the streaming service. You can just watch it at your leisure. Oh, thanks. This is a bad ending, right?
平気。君はどんな格好でも可愛いよ。別に痩せたりする必要なんかないんだ。
No, it's okay. It's your body. You don't get to say. You get to say in how you look. You don't need to diet to please me. We dating?
君がそばにいて生きてくれるだけで幸せなんだ。頑張らないで。休んで甘えてダメになって。そして俺だけを見てよ。
I'm just happy that I get to be by your side. All I need is for you to rest and rely on me. Just keep your eyes on me. Gill's pampering and caretaking made me feel so happy. It was such a wonderful kindness. Humans always seem to take the easy way out. Then again, humans and gods are one and the same in that regard. Gill is so kind that he's killing me softly with all of his overwhelming kindness. I sometimes remind myself to mention that this situation isn't good, but honestly, it's just empty words. I don't really mean what I say in the slightest. It's already too late for my willpower. I can't survive without being pampered like this.
ちょっと！何してんの？
Oh my god, what are you doing? I was eating some licorice on my bed while lazing around when Clarice crashed into my room. Clarice, long time no see, what's up?
久しぶりじゃないわよ。つうか何その格好。しかも太りすぎ。もしかして全然動いてないんじゃないでしょうね。
What's up with all this? You've really let yourself go. Don't tell me you become one with your bed. Honestly, I don't remember the last time I left the apartment.
別に気にしなくていいよ。 君はそこでゆっくり休んでて、仕事も家事も全部俺がやるから。
You don't need to worry about anything. You start resting. I'll take care of everything else.
ギルのバカ！ダメ女クラフトになってんじゃないわよ！彼女をブクブクに太らせて。
Gil, you're such an idiot. Lovecraft, my ass. You're only good at crafting uselessness. Look at what you've done.
俺、今のこの子の姿も好きだな。可愛いじゃないか。
I'll have you know that I love her body no matter what she chooses to look. Bless, isn't she adorable like this?
俺はどんな姿の彼女だって愛してる。それで、彼女も俺を必要としてくれるんだ。最高じゃないか。
I love her no matter her size or style. In fact, I think it's wonderful that she's so relaxed and reliant on me now.
こんなの愛じゃないわ。依存よ、依存。
This isn't love, it's dependence, and it's wrong. Gil, you're hurting her.
あんたなら、この子の恋心を目覚めさせてくれるかもって思ってた私がバカだった。
It was stupid of me to think that you'd light a fire in her heart.
ああ、もう知らない。二人で世界の終わりまでそうしてればいいんだわ。
Forget it. I'm super duper done with both of you. You two lovebirds do whatever you want until the sun burns out. Clary storms out, slamming the door behind her. We're so happy in our life together. What's there not to like about this slice of paradise? I feel like I'm in heaven. I munch on the hamburger Gil made me while I chill with a movie. This life of mine has become so fun. Not working is pure bliss. Stepping back for my role as Cupid was so easy. Even becoming a human was as simple as could be. Even better, there's no one here to chide me or yell at me. Not dad, not my boss, not anybody.
愛してるよ。ずっと一緒にいようね。
I love you. Let's stay together forever. Gil gently brushes my hair and even does my nose. His kindness is so abundant. He showers me with love each and every single day. These hellacious days are so full of happiness. I feel like an overripe, rotting fruit ready to burst apart. It's so easy to forget all of my worries and just not think. I love you so much, Gil.
俺もだよ。
Me too, Leah. Me too.
俺がいなきゃダメだ。かわいい、かわいい。俺だけの天使。これからもずっと面倒見てあげるからね。
You really can't do anything without me, huh? How adorable, my sweet angel. Guess I'll just continue caring for you. Gil's eyes glinted with a feverish fixation, but despite my dependence on him, he loved me so deeply. Together, we've created a world where only we happily exist. It feels like we're children playing house. We're constantly whispering promises that we'll always be together no matter what. I know in my heart that we'll always be happy. Why? Because we believe in each other down to our very souls. We are the happiest couple in the entire world. She's human? That happened. Okay, so...
ロードするのか。ああ、構わない。どの瞬間でも私は SS だからな。
Try from here, maybe. Maybe I went too far. Oh, that gave me an option, like I could. I'm curious. I'm just curious. It said current stuff will disappear. Does that mean I'll get the other ending? Or will I just end up in the route where we end up together? Oh, okay. This makes life easier. Okay. Alright, after we toss the bouquet, Gill, his parents, and I quietly enjoy dinner at the restaurant. Then we arrive home and breathe a mutual sigh of relief. This is weird. How is this different? How is this different?
ああ、やっぱ家が一番だな。
Home sweet home. Together we sat down on the sofa, slowly moving closer. Gill rests his hands on my shoulder, a thoughtful look on his face. Gill aimlessly twirls a lock of my hair around the tip of his finger. His eyes are glazed over. Gill, are you sure about this?
何が?
About what? Well, about your father. I thought you would have more to say to him.
いつかちゃんと話すよ。でも今はいいかなって。
Well, I'll tell you someday, but not now, but someday.
俺がもっと大人になって一人前になったら話そうと思う。それに俺、今は頭が別のことでいっぱいなんだ。
When I become more mature and fully independent, I'll tell you, there's just too much happening right now.
例えば、今作ってるラブレター本のこととかさ。
Plus, I'm focused on the love letter book I'm writing. Is it on Skip All or Skip Red? Because that's weird. Okay. So maybe there was nothing new in that dialogue, but like we didn't have the same opening up. I'm focused on the love letter book. I see. That's right. Gill's love letters are going to be turned into a book.
俺好きなことについて文章を書くのが好きだからさ、こんな風に夢が一つ叶うなんて思ってなかったんだ。
I love writing love letters. Knowing that they'll be published feels like a dream come true. I never expected this.
だからあの本をきちんと形にして文章を書くってこととちゃんと向き合いたい。父さんたちと向き合うのはそれからだよ。
That's why I wanted to make my first book a proper release. I want to focus all my energy on it. Then I'll face my father. I guess that's understandable. Gill finally found his dream and is taking things one step at a time, which is reasonable. He went to maintain focus on his life path. I think I understand how Gill feels. So what's the title of your book?
まだ悩んでるんだよね。俺としては君の名前を入れたいんだけど。
I'm still thinking about it, but I'd like to put your name in it. What? You shouldn't.
編集長にもそう言われた。君に危険が及んでも困るし、あと映画のヒロインと同じ名前だからさ。
The editor-in-chief has said the same thing. We don't want anything to happen to you. Plus, it's the same as a movie heroine. Oh, that's right. I picked this name from a movie I liked, and even though Gill knows I'm Cupid, I've kept the human name's origin a secret.
でもこれは全部君に捧げるために書いたものだからさ。タイトルは君に関係するものがいいんだよね。
They call it something Cupid. This book is dedicated to you and you alone. I want something about you in the title.
キューピッドへの手紙とか？いや、それじゃなんか違うか。
What about letters to Cupid? That's no good.
じゃあ恋人への手紙とか？いや、でもこれ書いてた時は片思いだったし、愛しの君へ？
How about letters to my love? No, you were my crush all this time. Maybe letters to my beloved. That's too stilted. Gill mumbles all this to himself while browsing the internet on his phone. His expression looks like he was having fun. Gill really does like writing. I want to support Gill's dreams. I thought that while I quietly sat next to him. This was a dream that Gill almost gave up on due to a misunderstanding. Now he looks so happy. It's clear he loves being immersed in his research. His expression looks so bright and refreshing to me. It fills my heart with affection. I think I must have sat next to him for a long time, just staring at his expression. The next day, Gill and I were out and about in Bumblepig. Last night, we reached out to Gallon and decided to meet with him.
こらこらバンブルピッグ、勝手に鳴らすんじゃない。
Come on, Bumblepig. Behave. Don't just honk because you feel like it. Bumblepig really is your partner now, huh?
しかもこいつ、たまに夜勝手に走ってるんだよ。誰も乗せないで走って都市伝説になっても知らないからな。
Yeah, but I just wish he'd behave better. You hear me, Bumblepig? You're on your own if you become some sort of urban legend. Few people and a Sentinel car were living it up as we traveled towards our destination. Today we were heading to 7th Avenue, a place called the Happy Forest Cafe. I've been here many a times, actually.
Gil, 連絡くれてありがと
Gil,
な。
thanks for calling me. Gallon welcomed us ecstatically upon our arrival.
兄さん、よかった。元気そうだね。
Gallon, glad to see you're doing well.
元気元気。好きなことやってるからかな。毎日がすごく充実してるんだ。
Of course, I'm fine. I'm finally doing what I love. Every single day feels so fulfilling. I'm always satisfied. Gallon really does appear much happier than the last time we met. His future so bright. I feel like I need sunglasses.
やっぱり自分に嘘はいけないよな。でもギルたちのおかげで彼女とも話し合えて。
I can't even pretend this is
本当に
all
良かったよ。
me though. Thanks to you guys, I was able to talk to my fiance. I'm forever grateful. Is your fiance out today?
ああ、一緒に行かないかって聞いたんだけど、やっぱりラブクラフト家の人と会うのは気まずいからって来てくれなかった。
I asked her to come by, but she still feels anxious about meeting any Lovecrafts that aren't
後
with me.
悔してないといいんだけどな。
Hopefully she won't regret my choice.
きっと大丈夫だよ。ハンバーガーショップのことも手伝ってくれてるんだろ？
I'm sure it's fine. She's helping you with the burger shop, right?
そうなんだよ。彼女絵が上手くてさ、店の看板もチラシも作ってくれたんだ。
She's
ほ
a
ら見て。
wicked awesome artist, so she's making all the signage and flyers even. Here's a sneak peek. Gallon flashes a bright smile as he shows us a flyer. On it was a slightly pastel illustration of a burger. It looked as if it was done with crayons and colored pencils. Wow, this looks so professional.
でしょう。彼女本当にいい子
I
なんだ。
can't tell if she's
こうや
being
って手伝ってくれる
sarcastic
し。
or not. I know, right? She's the best. I can't believe she's so willing to help me out like this.
実は彼女も車のことはあんまり好きじゃなかったんだってさ。俺と話すためにずっと夜なべして勉強してたなんて言うんだ。
Apparently, she actually wasn't a car aficionado. She was just studying so that she could talk about them.
え、そうなの？
Seriously?
うん。おかげでなんでもっと早く言ってくれなかったのなんて怒られたよ。
Super serious. She actually got mad at me and said, "Why didn't you tell me this sooner?" His love-struck expression while he brags about his girlfriend makes him look like a proud
俺
boyfriend.
が実はハンバーガーショップやりたいって言ったら彼女も私は絵を描くのが好きなのなんて今まで隠してたことを教えてくれるしさ。
When I told her about my dream of running a burger shop, she told me that she actually always wanted to draw.
君たちに相談したおかげで俺たちの間にはすっかり隠し事がなくなったんだ。
Thanks to talking with you, we have no more secrets between us. We've opened up about everything.
そっか。よかった。
Wow, that's really, really good.
父さんたちには悪いけれど俺たちはちゃんと好きなことやって楽しく暮らしていこうな。
I feel for our father, but we should do what makes us happy and what we love, right?
うん。そうそう。俺も兄さんに報告があって。
By the way, I wanted to talk to you about something big. Gil hurriedly takes his phone out and starts talking to Gallon about his upcoming book. Gallon's eyes go wide with joy upon hearing the news of Gil's big publishing deal. These brothers really do love one another. Their joy and positive energy are contagious. They're both doing what they love. They're both living their own lives. These are the times when we have to make sacrifices. Times when we have to worry about what choices to make. Yet if you can still find a way to smile, then I think we'll all be alright. Why? Because if you can be together with our loved ones, things will always be alright. Over the next month, Gil starts working on his book of love letters. Then half a year passes us by in a blink of an eye. Gil's book, Love Letters for You, will be released. I'm home! On that day, I returned from work and heard Gil typing away in the living room. A few weeks had passed since his book release. The love letter book is doing very well. Outroad, Gil's publisher, was already eager for his next project, so Gil had been stuck at home working on his next outline. It seems that he's well on the way to become an author. Gil? I embrace Gil from behind while he's still facing his laptop. Then I lean over and look into his face.
おかえり。ごめん、仕事に集中してて気づかなかった。
Welcome home. Jeez, I didn't even notice you were back. You got me. Huh? It's alright. It's a housework.
それなりにね。
It's coming along.
そうそう、報告があるんだ。実は、俺の本が今度日本語に翻訳されることになったんだよ。
I actually have something to tell you. My book is going to have a Japanese translation. Gosh, really?
と言っても発行部数はそんなに多くないけどね。
Really? It won't be a big print run, though. He laughs bashfully and gently places his hand on top of mine.
それでもまだこの本の印税だけじゃ君を幸せにできないからね。次の本を出せるように頑張るよ。
I still can't provide you the best life possible with just my royalties from this book. I'll do my best with the next two. I'm glad to.
ありがとう。次はどんな本がいいと思う？
Thank you, my love. You can start helping now. What do you think would be a good theme for the next book? How about a book about matchmaking?
いいね。パラサイト5のそれぞれの話とか書いてみよっかな。
Not bad. I kind of like that. Actually, how about a book about each of the Parasite 5? That sounds more like a fiction novel.
確かに。それと、俺はキューピッドのお話とか書いてみたいな。
As for me, I've been playing with the idea of writing about Cupid.
キューピッドの女の子が人間界に来て奮闘するお話。それで、一人の男が恋に落ちちゃうんだ。
Story of Cupid making a life for herself in the human realm. Of course, she falls in love with the man at some point. Gill strokes his cheek with his finger. Tippin moves closer to my lips. His own soft lips gently press against mine. Then we move away. He touches my chin in the same way that you might when playing with a cat. It tickles so much that I can't help but giggle. What a wonderful story! How does it come all together?
続きは、そうだな。男は長い間片思いをして振られてそれでも諦めないんだ。
Let's see. The man was in love with Cupid from the start, was rejected, but still doesn't give up.
他人の恋に躍起になるキューピッドを追いかけて、でも振り向いてもらえなくて、男は一人前の男になろうって思って努力するんだ。
Meanwhile, Cupid was so busy trying to help others that she didn't help herself, but that doesn't deter the man at all.
今はそこでおしまい。でも男は思っているんだ。立派な男になれたらプロポーズしようってね。
The man believes that once he rises to the occasion, he'll be able to finally express his feelings and propose. The end. Gill smiles sweetly and kisses me again. This time it's a playful, indulgent kiss, the type lovers delight in sharing. I think I'm a fan of that story. I'm sure that you'll find the perfect way to tell it in your next book.
もちろん。何年かかるかわからないけれど、きっと最後まで書き切ってみせるよ。
Thank you for your support, my love. I don't know how long it'll take, but I'll be sure to see the story through to the end.
最後の結びだけは今から決めてあるんだ。二人は結婚して永遠の愛を誓いました。そしていつまでも幸せに暮らしましたとさ。
I've already decided how to wrap things up. The two married and swore their eternal love. Then they live happily ever after. What a fantastic ending. I can't wait to get my copy. We gaze at each other and share a kiss. Afterwards, we chat about our dreams and ambitions with one another. How about this kind of book? I think that kind of book would be a fantastic read. We create our own stories together and in between kisses. Someday, maybe those dreams we shared will come true. Regardless of size or how far away they are in the future, simply being able to talk about our future together is a gift for now. It's a time for us to continue falling fondly in love. And together, Gill Lovecraft and I reach our hands out towards a bright, bright future where we'll be together. Is that a bad ending? I don't understand. Does this game have bad endings? I'm waiting for it. It's gonna be Alan? Is Alan gonna have an actual bad ending?
Hi! イベントビューへようこそ。神話について語り合おう。
Not what I meant to do. I meant to go one more down.
DA536E ギャラリーの僕を見て顔面偏差値上げたら。
Alright. Got all his pictures now. He has less pictures than him. Does it just have more pictures that change? I see you, Peter. actually in the order I plan on playing them right now. Honestly, if I had done this right, no, because I still would have wanted him before Shelby. I liked Shelby more. I'm not saying, but previously I liked Shelby more. Oh, wait, I forgot to. Shelby has the most photos. Weird flex. Alright, so I still need to go on Raul's route is what I'm gonna do next. Honestly, I already went on Raul's date, so what I probably will do is I won't stream it because it's just me fast forwarding. And then I'm gonna click on load, otherwise it will start playing the commercial.
構わない。どの瞬間でも私は SS だからな。
Go on, Shelby. Pop off, Shelby. Alright, so I'm not going to stream getting onto Raul's route, but I will do that before I start Raul's route next. Only because it was like 30 minutes of fast forwarding. And I went on Raul's date first thinking it would get me onto his route. So I'm just going to skip that. If I see anything new while I'm doing it that I feel like sharing, I'll make like a save note and then I'll play that before I start his route. But that's what his is going to be next week on Tuesday or possibly tomorrow. I do intend to play Jack and Jean tomorrow, but it might just be a couple hours of Jack and Jean. If it's just a couple hours of Jack and Jean, then I will switch over to Cupid Parasite because I'm trying to get this close to done by the 27th because that's when Sympathy Kiss is officially up and I want to play Sympathy's Kiss the day it releases. Problem with having a picture that's flipped is I forget which side is which. So I want to try and start Sympathy's Kiss the day it starts, but I also want to start playing Jack and Jean on Fridays because I want to play through it, but I know I don't want to dedicate an entire week to it like I was doing prior, only because the story is different. It's not different in a bad way. And I think I've said this already. It's not different in a bad way. It's different in a nice way. I love how they focus on the characters and stuff, but it's not playing how I'm used to an Otome game playing, so I don't feel like I'm progressing. And so I feel like I need to do it just a little bit at a time. So I'm hopefully going to be able to do that Friday. Going forward in the afternoons, unless there's plans that day. Because Fridays is usually when I try to do collabs, but I haven't done a collab in a couple weeks. So I think it'd be fun. I think it'd be fun to play Jack and Jean again and try to get caught up on that. So thank you so much for joining me today. I hope you had a lovely time. If you're watching this on YouTube, remember you can check me out on Twitch if you want to see my more recent streams. And if you're watching this on Twitch, you can see my older videos on YouTube, upload everything onto there. Thank you so much for joining me today. I hope you have a lovely time. Bye, bye, bye.